Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we'll start with land acknowledgement. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. The lands we know today as the Township of Centre Wellington have been home to Indigenous peoples since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we are on treaty lands and traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee could not continue their traditional lifestyle and settled in their villages along the Credit River and in the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. We are grateful to have the opportunity to share and respect Mother Earth and are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Addendums and corrections to the agenda. Okay, disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Okay, seeing none. Move down to closed session. I'll read this, that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington convene in closed session in accordance with Section 2392C and F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to consider a proposed pending acquisition of disposition of land by the municipality for housing and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose related to the establishment of a municipal service corporation. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconded at that. Councillor Evoy. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So move. And we will move into close for the next hour and a half.
Thank you.
Okay, we're reconvening back into open session. There are no matters arising from the closed session. And now we'll move into our public meeting. So welcome everyone to our public meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. A declaration of any pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act to council. Okay, seeing none. The purpose of the meeting is specific to the zoning amendment and not intended to involve any information or discussions related to the licensing of short-term rental accommodation. The purpose and the effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to modify the bylaw provisions related to overnight accommodation, including hotels, motels, short-term rental accommodation, and bed and breakfast establishment. This amendment broadly affecting lands in the township. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment, that is public meeting, is only for the zoning amendment and it is not for the licensing aspect of the STRs. If a person or public body would otherwise have the ability to appeal the decision of the Township of Centre Wellington to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, but the person or the public body does not make oral submission at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Centre Wellington before the bylaws pass, the person's or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a person or public body does not make oral submission at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Centre Wellington before the bylaws pass, the person or the public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of the appeal before the OLT unless in the opinion of the tribunal there's reasonable grounds to do so. If you wish to be notified of the adoption of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, you must make a written request to the clerk, Township of Centre Wellington, 1 McDonald Square, Laura, Ontario, NOB 1SO. So how was this notice given out?
Through you, Mayor Waters, notice was provided to the prescribed persons, agencies, and public bodies on or before February the 26th, 2026. A copy was also placed in the Wellington Advertiser on February the 26th. I can therefore confirm that the requirement for giving notice was completed on February 26th, 2026.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call on Mariana, our Manager of Planning Services, to introduce the application. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Good evening. Mayor Waters, members of council, and members of the public and staff. So this evening, this public meeting is regarding a zoning bylaw amendment for short-term rental accommodations and for bed and breakfast establishments. Staff was directed by council to draft a zoning bylaw amendment as a supporting tool for the proposed licensing bylaw for short-term rentals and bed and breakfasts. This public meeting is to present the draft bylaw. So I will go through that in a second. I just want to make a few opening comments just so we're understanding the differences. So this is not about the licensing bylaw as noted. This is about the zoning bylaw, although they do go hand in hand and are intended to work together. The zoning bylaw itself is actually about land uses, where they're permitted and how buildings are located and sited on a property and how they're constructed. While the nuances of how a use is regulated, limitations to it could be included in a licensing bylaw, and that's also what is being proposed for these matters. So this is intended to provide clarity and work in tandem with the licensing bylaw and as an enforcement tool. So we did work with the clerk's department and Paul Dre to ensure that we were covering all the pertinent matters relating to short-term rentals and to bed and breakfasts. And we reviewed numerous other bylaws in other municipalities. There is no consistent approach, as you may know. So this is tailored to Centre Wellington in terms of reviewing our bylaw and the changes that we felt were necessary in our zoning bylaw in order to help implement a short-term rental bylaw, licensing bylaw. So I will go through the changes, and I will let you know that like what we have currently in our bylaw and then what we're proposing to do and the differences, and then I'll explain in detail why. I imagine there will be a lot of questions, but we are here tonight to hear feedback from council, from the public, and understand where there might need to be some modifications, and also for further council direction if needed. So currently, the zoning bylaw amendment is being proposed, as I mentioned, to facilitate the implementation of licensing. So in terms of the current regulations, the zoning bylaw is currently silent on short-term rental accommodation. And bed and breakfast establishments are and have for a significant amount of time been expressly permitted in specific zones. So in various commercial zones, in the agricultural zone, and in residential zones, bed and breakfasts have been permitted. But bed and breakfasts are distinguished by the fact that they are defined as in a dwelling in which the proprietor resides. So they've always been intended to be a use where the owner is living there and has oversight. Bed and breakfasts are currently divided into two classes, a class 1, which is up to 3 rooms, and those are permitted currently in residential zones, so R1 and R2. And then there's class 2, which is up to 6 rooms, and those are permitted in various zones, but they're mostly the agricultural and various commercial zones. Hotels are currently permitted in commercial zones, so the C1, which is the downtown central business district, C2, highway commercial, and SC, which is shopping center. And currently they require a minimum of 6 rooms to be called a hotel. The parking requirements are 1 per guest room currently for a bed and breakfast use, plus what's required for the main dwelling, which is typically 1. And then 1 parking space per hotel room, which is also in addition to any accessory services, and those are calculated by gross leasable area. So if you have a restaurant associated with a hotel that's open to the public, you'd have to account for additional parking for that. So the proposed, excuse me, oh, I should do this. Proposed updates to the zoning bylaw are to add a definition for short-term rental accommodation, so a definition and associated regulations, to modify the current definition of a bed and breakfast establishment and associated regulations, to modify the definition of hotel, to delete outdated references to boarding, lodging, or rooming house, motel, and tourist home references that are generally not used in the bylaw. And then also I will note that the intent is in the central business district and highway commercial zones, they would not allow short-term rental accommodations as defined, and bed and breakfasts. They would actually be considered hotel uses in the downtowns because they are primarily commercial uses, and short-term rentals also would not be permitted. The intent is they would not be permitted in mixed-use residential commercial buildings. We have a few going up in the downtowns now. So in buildings such as that, they would technically not be permitted unless, again, the licensing expressly makes provisions to license those. But by definition, we are calling those uses that are overnight accommodation in the downtown areas and in the highway commercial areas that are zoned commercial, any of those uses that are typically above ground floor commercial would be considered hotel uses. And the intent is to remove the minimum number as being 6. So I will actually go through, might be hard to read here. It is hard to read, sorry, but I will explain the detailed regulation changes. So in the definitions section, bed and breakfast establishment currently is a very lengthy definition. It describes class 1 and 2, where they're permitted, but also speaks to more regulatory things that deal with building code. So access and, sorry, that's in the regulation, not in the definition. But the definition is being modified to say It's basically similar, but it will say that it's a residential dwelling unit within which an owner resides or on the same property where an owner resides. So we were trying to capture there the additional residential units now that are more and more prevalent and being permitted more. So where one or more bedrooms are advertised, used, or maintained for the accommodation of the traveling or vacationing public, with or without meals for a period less than 28 consecutive days, and does not include a hotel or short-term rental. And then what we're doing is adding a definition for short-term rental accommodation. It's similar, but the distinguishing factor is that with a bed and breakfast, again, it says in a dwelling unit within which an owner resides or on the same property. That is not the case with short-term rental accommodation. In terms of allowing, basically the distinguishing factor is that it's allowing a short-term rental in any whole or part of a dwelling unit advertised for the same period of time for the vacationing public, and does not include a hotel or bed and breakfast. So the distinguishing factor, again, between the two is that one is where an owner lives or on a property where the owner lives, and the other is could be a whole or part of a dwelling. So boarding, lodging, rooming house, motel, and tourist home are proposed to be deleted. And then we get to the definition of a hotel, which is quite a lengthy definition. We were trying to simplify it, and we looked at best practices now in other municipalities. It varies considerably. Some limit it to, some require a minimum of 4 or 6 rooms. Others have no limit to the number that could be classified as a hotel. So we took the approach that we were removing the minimum requirement for 6 rooms to be called a hotel. And a hotel, just so your understanding, is expressly permitted. It's a permitted use in the C zones. So in the downtown commercial, central business district, and in the highway commercial and in the shopping center zones, a hotel is a permitted use. So the new definition of a hotel would be the use of a building, part of a building, or group of buildings, mainly used to provide overnight accommodations for the traveling or vacationing public, but does not include a bed and breakfast or short-term rental. And it may include ancillary uses, basically. So the definition of hotel is simplified, and the intent is that the uses that are in the downtown for overnight accommodation less than 28 days would be considered hotels. And then we've changed the general provisions section. There's right now a general provision for bed and breakfast. And as I kind of started to mention before, it gets very granular in terms of building code issues and access and that. So we are simplifying the definition. They're the general provision for both bed and breakfast establishment now and a short-term rental accommodation, and saying that notwithstanding anything else to the contrary in the bylaw, on a lot where a residential use is permitted, a bed and breakfast or a short-term rental accommodation is permitted. So basically the zoning bylaw is allowing short-term rentals and bed and breakfasts wherever a residential use is permitted. The other new or changes to regulations, so it deals with parking. So a bed and breakfast is still going to remain the same, 1 parking space per each room or suite, in addition to the required parking for the dwelling. And then a new provision is being added for short-term rental accommodation, 1 parking space for every 2 bedrooms, and tandem parking is permitted. So that is what is being proposed. There are a few other provisions that we are removing the express permission to as a use in the various zones right now throughout our bylaw. We're removing specific references to a bed and breakfast as a permitted use and the class 1 and class 2. So we're deleting all those references, and we're just allowing it to remain in the general provisions section, saying you can have it wherever a residential use is permitted, subject to the parking requirements. And then there's a few minor changes just to exception zones that reference bed and breakfast. And other definitions that are now outdated. So we're proposing to change those. Sorry, that was the last slide. So those are the detailed changes. Essentially, we've made best efforts to try to capture the necessary definitions and regulations to expressly allow both bed and breakfasts and short-term accommodations within specific areas where residential uses are permitted, and then also modifying the definition of a hotel, as mentioned, into to allow it in the commercial zones. So those would be considered hotels. And so there are a few remaining questions that we might get clarity on tonight, or some further council direction, and that is whether we want to expressly say that given that now we're saying that they are permitted wherever residential uses are permitted, do we expressly also want to add except in commercial zones? Because there is a little bit of lack of clarity of intent as to what's requested by council in the commercial zones. And what I mean by that is in the mixed use buildings where there might be residential units above ground level commercial, and they're now condo buildings, is the intent to not allow them at all there? Or there is a limit in the licensing bylaw of one per unit, one per property, but also in that definition, it does say that in a condo unit would be considered a property. So there's just a few implications that we might want to consider. But we're here tonight to present this, to take any comments, questions, and we will be meeting again as staff, as a group with clerks and Paul Dre as well, to go over all the input that's been received on the short-term licensing bylaw and on the zoning bylaw to make further refinements before we come back to council for a decision. I'm happy to answer any questions, or we could hear the delegations and then answer questions afterwards. So leave that to council.
Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll go to the delegations now, and then we'll bring you back after that, Mariana. Okay, at this point in time, I'd like to reach out to Anthea Fisher. Anthea, welcome. So if you could identify yourselves, which I think everyone mostly know in the room, and your address as well. And you have 5 minutes to speak, and I'll let you know 1 minute before the end of that. So
thank you. I live in the C1 zone of Center Wellington in the Elora area. I have to say that I'm absolutely taken aback, and I have to have an additional 30 seconds because it was completely news to me that the intention of the zoning bylaw was to eliminate short-term rentals in the C1 district. And so I want you to understand that my comments are based on an understanding that there would have been short-term rentals in C1 districts, in particular with dwelling units that are currently above commercial units. A lot of those dwelling units are one unit. And then to suddenly be categorized as a hotel, it's going to take me some time to absorb this. We have read all of the material, and nowhere in the material did it suggest that there was going to be an elimination of short-term rental units in the C1 district. This has implications beyond the issue of whether they're called a hotel or whether they're called a short-term rental. So these are the two issues I would like to address tonight. And the first one impacts directly on this issue of whether it's a hotel or a short-term rental. So I'm just going to read my presentation, and then I'm going to make any further comments at the end because, like I said, I'm completely taken aback. So the first issue tonight is the legal non-conforming use as it relates to parking for future short-term rentals in the C1 district. Currently, there are a number of existing dwelling units in the C1 district above commercial units. They could be owner or tenant occupied or used as a short-term rental. A reading of the proposed zoning bylaw is that they are all defined as dwelling units, including new short-term rentals. This suggests that any future continuing occupation, whether owner occupied or tenant occupied or operation of short-term rental, would continue to be legal non-conforming as to the parking requirement. I'm just going to put a pin right there. That's not the case if it's a hotel. So it is the definition of a short-term rental as a dwelling unit that allows for the legal non-conforming use to continue as to the parking requirements. If this is not the case, if there is no legal nonconforming continuation of the parking requirement, then that needs to be made clear. Apparently it is, but it wasn't clear to me. The concern is that 5.5.5 of the zoning bylaw provides that if parking is required, it needs to be on an owned lot in the downtown core within 300 meters. You can appreciate that if a small owner in C1 decided to operate a short-term rental in the future, it would be financially and physically impossible for a small owner to acquire a lot within 300 meters in the C1 area to provide for the parking. If a dedicated parking spot is required for a future short-term rental, then there is no policy reason why it has to be owned. It should be enough to provide evidence of the rental of a parking spot. Again, a reading of the changes suggests that legal nonconforming uses to parking would continue in the case of short-term rentals because they are defined as dwelling units. If the intention was otherwise, please clarify and consider alternative ways of securing the parking. I went on to say, if the parking requirements of 5.5.5 are imposed on small owners of dwelling units above commercial units, the effect will be that there will be significantly fewer short-term rentals in the C1 core and more hotels, which apparently was the intent unbeknownst to us, and may push short-term rentals further into the residential areas. In my view, C1 is where the short-term rentals should be. The second issue is the cap under the proposed short-term rental licensing scheme. I know that tonight we are here to talk about the zoning bylaw. Obviously, the two are linked and the impact on each other. I'm going to address the definition of hotel and the changes that have been made. If anyone wants a complicated puzzle, try following the definition of short-term rental and hotel through the existing zoning bylaw and the proposed changes. There are three things I will say about the change of definition of hotel. One is that from a legislative drafting perspective, I hope that whomever drafted this change made sure that it is consistent with all other regulatory requirements. A change in a definition in a zoning bylaw can have a significant impact beyond just exempting it from the definition of short-term rental. The second is that any small boutique hotel with rooms with kitchens could just as easily fit the definition of dwelling unit as it does hotel. And depending on the number of units in a building, it could even fit the definition of apartment building. This brings us to the issue of the cap. If the cap on short-term rentals in the C1 district is about preserving long-term rentals, then that goal has been completely defeated by opening up the definition of hotels. A greater number of long-term rental units will be lost to hotels than short-term rentals. But what it means for future downtown short-term rental operators is when they decide to operate a short-term rental for personal and business reasons, and they can't get a license because all the licenses have been used up due to the cap, you're not just going to have illegal challenges to other short-term rental operators to win a space within the cap, you're going to have challenges to your zoning bylaw and the uses that have been permitted, because there are so many loopholes in this legislation that if someone needs to challenge it to run a business, they will have ample opportunities to do so at significant cost to the municipality. I'm just going to pause there for a moment and make a comment about this issue about hotels. You're going to hear some other delegations about the issue of hotels versus short-term rentals and how the short-term rentals are being regulated and the hotels are not. I can tell you as a resident of the downtown core, the idea that every short-term rental would be a hotel, I can't even wrap my mind around it, because that means that every short-term rental would not have the same regulation, every hotel, which formerly would have been a short-term rental, won't have the same regulations. It won't have the same oversight. It won't have the same complaint process. With respect, this entire process has been unfortunate and has lacked transparency. You hired a consultant, and then you set aside the consultant's report and then drafted a licensing scheme and zoning changes during a council workshop with the help of your prosecutor. There has been no public meeting on the proposed licensing and zoning changes or the rationale and policy reasons as to why the changes have been made. As prudent guardians of all of the community's interests, I respectfully suggest that you step back and have a big policy discussion about what you're doing and why you're doing it, and not this kind of truncated approach, because unfortunately, the benefits to the community are unclear and the consequences will be long-lasting. Thank you. And I'm sorry that I'm sounding a little emotional, I was really sideswiped tonight. Fundamentally sideswiped. Because that definition change takes away the legal non-conforming parking issue that impacts every single dwelling unit above a commercial unit in the downtown area in C1. I can't believe that you did that. And if, in fact, it suggested to me, I appreciate I'm over the 5 minutes, but it suggested to me that notice should have been given directly to the affected owners, and that wasn't done.
Anyways,
Thank you
Anthea,
very much.
I do appreciate your input, and what we're receiving tonight is your input. Things are, excuse me, no clapping, please. What we're doing is receiving input here tonight. No decisions have been made. We're taking in this. We really appreciate your input. Obviously, you're very insightful in terms of your knowledge and that, and this is why we're here tonight, to listen to your words. Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to invite Darcy Saunders up. Hi, Darcy. Introduce yourself and your address, and you have, as you can tell, I give you 5 minutes, but I'm a little good that way. But try to respect the 5 minutes. Thank you.
I think I can be short today, but I'm not sure if I can follow up, Anthea. My direction is a little bit different. It might pull clearly on Mariana's point about clarity. Like, I don't understand how you're going to enforce all this, because I'm going to give you an experience. I'm speaking today regarding Agenda 8.1, derived from the report Core 2026-10, which proposes amendments to zoning definitions for short-term rentals, bed and breakfast, and hotels. My comments are not about opposing these changes, but about whether these definitions will be applied and enforced consistently and in practice, however they get built. I'm using the following example to illustrate how current zoning definitions are applied in practice, as it is a matter I am directly familiar with. Through a recent formal bylaw investigation conducted by the township in my neighborhood, I'm in the C4 section, involving a bed and breakfast, I observed that the existing definitions under the Centre Wellington Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2009-045 were not applied as written. The bylaws define a bed and breakfast as a dwelling in which the proprietor resides and supplies furnished rooms to the overnight guests. In this case, the core requirement that the property resides in the dwelling was not met. The bylaw is also specific with respect to parking, requiring one parking space per guest room in addition to the required parking for the dwelling. In this case, that requirement was not met. So 2 points from the comprehensive zoning bylaw that just gone. In this, there are clear objective requirements set out in the bylaw. Despite this, the use was still permitted to continue practicing or operating. In correspondence from the township, I was advised by that by bylaw enforcement it is discretionary, and that not taking an enforcement action does not indicate compliance. This creates a fundamental policy issue. If a use can be determined to not comply with the zoning bylaw and yet no action is taken, then the effectiveness of both current and proposed definitions become unclear. I'm also concerned about the consistency and the fairness. Zoning is intended to ensure that properties within the same zone are subject to the same rules. However, I have been advised that I would need to pursue a zoning amendment to undertake a similar use on my property while a neighboring property has been permitted to operate in a manner that does not align with the bylaw as written. This creates an inequitable situation where one property is effectively operating as a commercial enterprise, while another must meet a higher regulatory threshold. When combined with discretionary enforcement, this raises broader concerns about whether zoning regulations are being applied consistently or selectively across the township. If council is proceeding with these amendments, I would respectfully suggest that equal consideration be given to how these definitions will be interpreted, administered, and enforced, so that they are applied consistently, transparently, and equitably. Without that, there's a risk that new definitions will not achieve their intended purpose. If these bylaws are not applied consistently and enforced as written, then changing them will not resolve the issue. It will only redefine it. Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy. Okay, next I'd like to ask Erica Montero to come to the lectern, please. Welcome, Erica.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor Waters, members of council. I know that I cannot follow up with Anthea's incredible delegation, so I will say that I agree with everything she said, first of all, and then I will go back to reading what I was going to read. So I want to first begin by being very clear that I am in favor of regulating short-term rentals. I believe that it is a responsible and necessary planning goal. But what I am opposed to is a zoning amendment that applies strict land use controls to small operators and homeowners, while creating a definitional loophole that allows large corporations and developers to do the exact same thing, but just call it a different name. The core problem with this amendment is the significantly loosened hotel definition. Under the current zoning bylaw, a hotel is clearly defined as having 6 or more guest rooms, no private cooking facilities, and interior-only room access. The proposed definition removes all of that and instead defines a hotel simply as a building or group of buildings used mainly to provide overnight accommodation to the traveling public. That's it. That definition is so broad that it is essentially useless as a planning tool. It fails to distinguish between a purpose-built commercial hotel and a converted residential dwelling. It sets no threshold for scale, no threshold for intensity, no consideration for neighborhood impact. And what it creates is a system where developers can operate short-term rentals, call themselves a hotel, and avoid all zoning and licensing controls. No inspections, no fees, no demerit points, no responsible person requirement or owner occupancy, no limit on occupants. And we are already seeing what this looks like in practice. The Dalby building previously contained 8 long-term rental apartment units, 8 homes for 8 families in our downtown. Those 8 families lost their homes when a developer converted those units into so-called hotel rooms. This is not theoretical. This is already happening in front of us. And this amendment, as written, does not prevent it. It enables it and expands it. I want to speak directly to the housing and intensification impacts that this will have, because that matters enormously. Elora is not Blue Mountain Village. Our downtown is not a resort. It's a community where people live and work, where families are raised. Zoning should protect housing. But this amendment does the opposite. By creating a hotel definition this broad, it actively enables the conversion of long-term rental housing into tourist accommodation with no controls. Our downtown is where most of our rental housing exists, or it used to be. We've already lost a significant amount of it downtown, and this amendment will accelerate that loss by functioning as a mechanism to facilitate displacement rather than prevent it. If we are not careful, we will wake up one day to find our downtown full of tourists and empty of residents. A hotel-filled ghost town. That is not the Elora that I think any of us want. This is also a public safety issue. The proposed licensing system rightfully imposes safety inspection requirements on STR operators for good reasons. Guests staying overnight in an unfamiliar building, especially in a converted residential dwelling and not a purpose-built hotel, are exposed to real risks. But under this zoning amendment, hotel uses are subject to none of those requirements. No licensing, no inspections, no occupancy limits, no requirement for anybody to be present on site. And again, this is not hypothetical. We have already seen a recent fire at a building in Elora that was being used for short-term rental, and that displaced 2 long-term tenants who lost their homes. Under this amendment, that same building could operate as a hotel with no zoning safeguards and no licensing oversight. This creates a 2-tiered system. On one side, small individually owned STRs and bed and breakfasts are heavily regulated with restrictions on use, scale, and operation. And on the other, corporations and developers who can afford to own a group of buildings face and can operate them as hotels with none of those controls. The licensing bylaw proposes a cap of 265 short-term rental licenses across the township. That cap will apply to local homeowners, but it will not apply to hotels. So once that cap is reached, residents are locked out entirely while corporations are simply classified as hotels and will continue to expand without that limit. This is not a level playing field. It's a system that permanently favors those with the resources, the legal ability to exploit this loophole. This hands developers a corporate monopoly on STRs. A large corporate operator converting a dwelling into a boutique hotel is still operating a short-term rental. It's just calling it a hotel, but that doesn't change what it does. It removes the dwelling from the housing supply and it rents it out nightly to tourists. The only difference is that under this definition, a corporation faces no constraints, while a resident renting a room in their own home faces full regulation and costs. So I urge council to reconsider this amendment. Restore the hotel definition, but also strengthen it. Introduce clear thresholds for scale, intensity, and compatibility with surrounding residential uses, and extend the licensing requirements to apply to all forms of overnight accommodation, including hotels, boutique hotels, and developer-owned dwellings, regardless of what they are called. Regulate everyone equally, or regulate no one, but do not create a system where the smallest and most local operators will be carrying the full burden while the largest and wealthiest carry none. The residents and small business owners of Centre Wellington deserve fairness and transparency. And as written, this amendment does absolutely none of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica, for your words. Okay, Sophie Hogan was to speak next, but she will not be here tonight. And so at this time, I'm going to open it up to the folks in the audience here if you want to come up and say a few words. And I'm going to start on this side. So if you want to come up and say a few words as it relates to this topic in terms of, okay, if there's nobody on that side, then I will go to this side of the room and see if there's any. Yes, and then please identify yourself, and I will hold you for 5 minutes.
I won't be speaking that long because I think I've now discovered my comments all pertain to the licensing bylaw, not the zoning bylaw. I didn't appreciate that difference.
Right.
But Glen Rumble, I live at 335. Pardon me? Glen Rumble at 335 St. Andrew Street East in Fergus. I'm currently in the process of building a rental property, a rental house on my property. And I think the key point I would make more generally, without going into the specifics of the licensing, is when I read through the bylaw, there's not a sense that you're taking rights away from people, but rather you're regulating, but you're actually taking rights away, because right now we can all have Airbnbs or B&Bs in our houses without any regulation, without any oversight. And instead, you've capped it now at 265 units in a massively growing community. I don't see in here a reflection that we're operating businesses. Just like the corporations mentioned a moment ago, people are investing significant amounts into their property. Myself, $350,000 to build a building on my property that's now going to be subject to enormous regulation that hotels won't be part of. And I think that perspective is really missing from this bylaw, that we're the taxpayers in this community, we're the ones who lived our whole lives here, the ones that love this community, we want to bring people into the community, and instead we're being very, very heavily regulated. Can I comment on the licensing component that's within the bylaw, or will that be not at this time? Will there be a separate meeting for that?
The opportunity to approach staff and you can write us a note.
I've submitted something online, but to me, that's the most relevant aspect of this, is the licensing constraints on us people who are operating B&Bs.
Will be brought forward further in April. So at that time,
the licensing bylaw.
Yeah. Okay. So you can come as a delegation for that.
Well,
yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Are you an ARU on your property?
An ARU. Yes.
You are. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Great.
That's great.
All right. I will go then to the April meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Again, I'm It's kind of first, second end of, is there anybody else on this side who would like to speak to the zoning? And I will go back one more time. And then one more time. Okay. So at this time, I'd like to have our planner come back. And if there's anything you'd like to speak in terms of any of the comments or questions at this stage.
Thank you. Through you. Thanks for the opportunity, Mayor Waters. I think there were a lot of questions and really good points raised. In terms of I think the one that I do want to address is in terms of the legal non-complying status and the change to the hotel definition and what would be captured. So most of the ones that we're aware of are above ground level commercial, as we noted. If it is a true dwelling unit and somebody's living there for more than 28 days, none of this applies, obviously. It's a dwelling unit, and when it went in, or the change of use happened, that's when it was reviewed for zoning, parking requirements, and all of that. So that would all be considered compliant. Where those are converted to a overnight accommodation that's less than 28 days, that becomes a hotel because it's a commercial use, it's a commercial property, typically a commercial owner or tenant. And then by way of being a hotel, it's already been reviewed technically. So the short-term rental additional parking requirements don't apply. That use is considered a hotel because it's a commercial use, and therefore the parking was already looked at when the use went in. So it wouldn't be additional parking required. You cannot put in, a lot of these are uses that have parking on site or don't have parking, and that's already been explored and counted in when the use went in. So we wouldn't be like with those uses, you wouldn't require the additional parking that's required for a short-term rental. That would be, which is what's in the bylaw. As a hotel use, it would be the commercial rate, and downtown it's 50% reduction. So there's more of an allowance, and it's difficult to capture every situation and every nuance that might happen here. Everyone would have to be looked at on its own merits. There's various situations in the downtown of residential units above ground level commercial, but we're not distinguishing them by kitchen or no kitchen anymore. Some hotel units have kitchenettes. So those would be, the residential rate is usually a lower rate, but we wouldn't be requiring additional parking in those commercial instances.
At this time, I'd like to open it up to questions and comments from Council Evoy.
Thank you through you, sir. Thank you to all of our delegates. I appreciate the passion that you bring to our room every time. I'm just looking for clarification. One of our delegates brought up a point that is sitting with me with regards to no demerit system then. So if they're classified as a hotel, they aren't subject to the same inspection and or demerits. Can you qualify whether or not that's true and how that makes sense if it is in fact correct?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Evoy. So through the demerit system wouldn't apply to a hotel. It is intended for the short-term rentals and the bed and breakfast. So as it sits now, it would not apply. The hotels, when they are classified as hotels, they would have to be inspected by, in terms of building code, when they go in. So otherwise, like any hotel units are subject to the noise bylaw and noise complaints. They're typically in the downtown and in commercial zones, so they would remain sort of as is.
Thank you. With permission of the mayor for the follow through, I struggle a lot with no demerits going to people who are with a different name doing the same thing. And I appreciate that this is just coming to us for, you were just talking about it here this evening, but yeah, I struggle with that piece.
Okay, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, and also thank you to the delegations that have come forward. I know it's not easy, and it's a passionate conversation. Can you speak to some of the key points that Anthea Milken brought up about the parking?
Sure, through you. So I tried to explain that the parking was already considered when the unit went in. So if it didn't require the parking, then it wouldn't be required now. So the STR would trigger the parking. The STR licensing triggers the parking because that has no exemptions and that requires one per every 2 bedrooms.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be an issue. Okay. And are you able to speak to the cap under this zoning bylaw? No, because that's just licensing.
Yeah, that
right.
So basically, this is just about the use, like where the uses are allowed and how the uses are defined. But the cap and any sort of restrictions, maximums, and enforcement is all done under the license.
We'll discuss that later. Yeah.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Mariana. And thank you as well to the delegates. Just curious, I'm struggling a bit as well with the definition of the hotel for the C1 zone STRs. What was the rationale for using the definition of hotel for the downtown STRs? Why not just use, was it because of the parking one or?
It was because of the way that they were functioning was typically as hotels because they're commercial properties. They're not residential in the downtown. There are residential above ground level commercial, but they're not residentially zoned or residential properties. They're commercial properties intended often for with overnight accommodation for monetary gain. So we considered that they were like anything that's above ground level commercial, we thought would fit better into a hotel definition rather than a short-term rental accommodation.
But if they were residential units above commercial, which is typical in both Fergus and Elora, would have the main floor commercial and then the second and third floors as residential, those units would be considered apartments or homes. So I'm just struggling with flipping the definition of STRs to hotels because I think there is a valid point to losing that kind of oversight in terms of the demerit points and the responsible person. So I think I've lost the thread a little bit on why we would use the definition of hotel instead of just keeping the STR definition applied across the township equally and then looking more at exceptions with the parking, because that seems maybe where the sticking point is parking. But I think the intent of the licensing, and I know that's not tonight's discussion, but it does go hand in hand, is to make sure we're having those safety measures in place and some of those good neighbors kind of things. So yeah, I'm struggling a bit with this switch to the hotel definition. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. My question is just going to kind of bounce off of Councillor Wilton's as well. With the parking, could we not also keep the ones that are above commercial as an STR, but then have it within the historic downtown cores that they are not, like that they're exempt from the parking requirement? Like, would that just be easier than trying to encompass it underneath a hotel in a whole new definition? Thank you.
Thank you, through you. Thank you for the question. We could explore that, certainly. I think that was one of the previous proposals. I think Brett has something to add there.
So just part of our conversation about the use of the hotel and switching to that is based on the fact that in the draft licensing bylaw, the proposal was 1 license per property. So the question came up, what about the properties that are in the downtown core already that have more than 1? So our response to that was, if they're hotels, they won't be subject to that limitation. If council if you want us to go to keep the short-term rental in a dwelling unit in the downtown core we may also have to reconsider what's in the licensing as far as the one per property and how's that defined. Because otherwise we would have, the licensing would have rendered a whole bunch of existing ones to be not compliant, and would they be then not be eligible for a license? So that was part of our rationale. And we've heard from the public that there's some challenges with it. So we'll go back and look at that, as Marion has said, in consultation with the legislative services staff.
Councillor Evoy.
Sorry, cough candy. Through you, sir. Thanks, Brett. Do you happen to know how many there currently are? When you said a whole bunch, do you know how many there currently are in Ferguson, Laura? Anybody? In the downtown course. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just as a continuance, for the hotel classification, but what happens if you fall outside of the downtown cores or outside of a C1 zoning and you have more than one unit on your property currently as an STR? We can't handle that under a hotel because that would just be your residential zoning there, not C1 zoning. So how would we be handling that if you already have multiples of rentals? Thank you.
Well, that's an issue for the licensing bylaw, not the zoning.
Councillor McDonald.
So through you, Mayor Waters, I know I've brought this up several times. Our Committee of Adjustment has been extremely busy approving these ARUs that are turning into STRs. There's more than one on a property. I had one resident reach out to me. This is her livelihood. This is her livelihood. This is the only income she has. And she rents them out, newly divorced families, people that want to be near their loved ones at the Wellington Terrace or their homes. And if it's less than 28 days, they're going to be treated as an STR in the new zoning. So I'm unsure of that part.
Thanks for the question. Through you, there is some opportunity to call that legal non-conforming if it operates currently as a bed and breakfast. Like, does the owner reside there? If the owner resides there, it could be treated as a bed and breakfast, and it would be up to them to satisfy the licensing that this has been operating as a bed and breakfast. I've had these units here all this time because, as I said, right now you can have up to 3 units or guest rooms. Now, in the past, if it's been outside the main dwelling, because basically it was allowed in a house. If it's been outside the main dwelling, they could get a minor variance to allow a bed and breakfast use outside the main dwelling, but they still had to live on the property. So there could be some operating out there in various areas that might have even up to 6 rooms, let's say in the rural area, but it would be up to them to demonstrate that this has been functioning this way. And then, it would be up to licensing to grant them the license for a legal non-conforming use.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Maria. Just want to thank you for your presentation and thank all the delegations tonight. Obviously, this has been a very technical process with both of the bylaws and trying to piece this all together, even as a council here, let alone, everybody in the community that's following this as well. I just want to make sure, and clarify next steps, because I don't want to lose sight of the goal that this notice of motion had, which I believe was, trying to get a handle on the bad apples that was happening kind of in the community, and not just putting on more of administrative layer to those residents that are just trying to make some extra investment on their properties and extra income. So I don't want to lose sight of that goal. And if we can really, when this all comes back together to council for the benefit of the community and for the benefit, I think, of myself and hopefully others around here, to understand how these proposed changes are going to achieve those goals. Because it's all these changing definitions, it's getting a little complex. So if you could just maybe clarify next steps for us as well, please.
Well, the next steps were that we were planning to take all the feedback and, again, make best efforts to try to address some of the concerns raised. I think it would be helpful, and maybe it's just not as clear in my mind as to what council's intention actually is for in the downtown areas. It's a little bit more clear about what's happening in regular residential and other zones, but in the downtown areas, is there a desire to regulate the units, we'll call them above ground level commercial in the downtown? There might be 2, there might be 6 or 7. They're quite small scale typically. Is the intent to regulate those as short-term rentals so that there is oversight over those? And okay, so I'm hearing that, and we will take it back again and look at the definitions and the implications with perhaps we go back to a hotel definition that has a number in it. The number was quite arbitrary, I will say. There was nothing standard across municipalities, but what are we calling a hotel? Because hotels are not regulated. So at what point do you want to be regulating? Is it 4 rooms? Is it 6? Like there's, there are some questions that sort of need to be answered, and again, we can make our best guess and recommendations coming forward, but we may be coming back and forth a few times, right, if we don't sort of get it right the first time. But the intent is to bring them back together, I believe, both the licensing and the zoning.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Mariana, for that clarification. I think maybe where the sticking point happened was when we were talking about licensing at a different meeting, and it was very clear, firm that you could only have 1 per property if that was the kind of direction we wanted to go. And I think the intent of council was always that the ones that already existed could be grandfathered in through the licensing, but somehow in that process it became like that was not possible. So I think that's maybe where things went a little off track. So I think our intent was always like, yes, STRs are an important part of our, like even if I had family coming to visit me, we need somebody, short-term rentals for people to stay in, and they're a very important part of our economy, and so they're good. But we also want to make sure they're safe, as Councillor Adams was saying, and make sure they're licensed and have a responsible person and all of that. And there is an element of making sure we don't just switch all residential units in our downtown cores in any neighborhood to STRs where you get kind of that ghost town feeling or ghost street or ghost neighborhood. So I think the intent was always just to let's put some licensing on this, some regulatory things for the safety and those types of things. And then it just got very complicated with if we wanted to kind of limit 1 per property, then that was going to swoop a whole bunch of things into it that was unintended consequence, I think. Because I don't think we want to close down existing STRs where people have been doing really good businesses and that kind of thing. So I would prefer if we could be a little more flexible in the licensing, make sure the zoning definitions are clear and comprehensive, and then hopefully find a good solution there. But thank you.
Councillor Yvonne.
Thank you. Through you. Yes, I agree with my colleague. I think when I asked the question about how many there were, I meant like with more units that would qualify as hotel, as we used to call a hotel, with several rooms. So that's what I was actually referring to. And I don't believe there are a lot of those. And I believe they would be grandfathered. So I 100% agree. I'm not about changing the word to hotel and changing what goes with it. So I appreciate you bringing this to us and asking. And I appreciate our public sharing their opinions. And it seems that we align. So I look forward to you returning with a little more clarity, but allowing the license, the messaging that we shared last time to follow through as we go forward. And that doesn't mean not thank you. So thank you for trying to try to accommodate everything.
Any other? Yes, Councillor Craddock.
Thank you. And through you, and this may be licensing, but apologies if it is. Is there any safeguards built into the bylaw that does look at to make sure that we're not unintentionally taking away from the housing supply or changing character to a neighborhood. Or again, I think this probably is licensing, but if there is, how are we measuring that? Maybe to Darcy's point, like how are we making sure that enforcement is happening, or that the conditions are being met that we lay out within the bylaws?
Through you, that is definitely a licensing matter. We don't have licensing right now, so we don't know where they exist. Some come in for a building permit to add B&B units in a house. We kind of know where those are, but the short-term rentals, we don't know where they are, and that's kind of why we're here. So, but when there is, the zoning bylaw is strengthened with definitions and regulations, and then you have the licensing, which now has enforcement capabilities and fines and such. The two go hand in hand, and then there's an ability to regulate them and see, know exactly where they are. Allow various number, or you can put a cap on it. You can put in any regulations that you want, so it would be strengthened should this pass, and the two together is kind of the strongest, which is why we are proposing changes to the zoning bylaw, because we were told that for enforcement purposes, they go better when they work hand in hand.
Okay, is there any other comments or questions? Okay, so I'd like to thank everyone for coming out tonight and presenting your case and your stories and that. Those folks that had more formal presentations with written, can you either send that in, or you can leave it here? It'd be nice. It's obviously, I saw everyone kind of writing down furiously like that, but it'd be really nice to have your own words. So if you could leave a copy of that with staff, that would be very appreciative. And I really appreciate the fact that it's a very civil process here. It's the idea of we're chatting, and it's just back and forth. Sometimes at the municipal level, it's always a little difficult, but really at the end of the day, we're here to listen, and you can hear from council itself that they're taking your words to heart. So this is very much a process, and we obviously, I think, in terms of the community, we know that it's near and dear to people's heart, and then there are people who depend on their livelihood for these. So we're not here to destroy that. It's really, at the end of the day, how can we do this in a civil and a way that we can sort of make this work, and still have the fact that we need to sort of look at these things, because there were horror stories out there in terms of how some of these some of the folks were operating. But again, in the end, we're trying to come to some kind of good compromise that makes sense for everyone. So we really appreciate you coming out, telling your story. Please leave your words with staff. And at this point, I'd like to call this meeting to adjournment and advise the council will be considering the bylaw at a future council meeting, and I'll declare this meeting closed. So I'll give you a few minutes to clear the room. If you want to stay on, there's some other exciting stuff, but appreciate you coming out. Thank you. not, and we really, if you want to carry on good conversation, you're welcome to do that outside the chamber. And appreciate again everyone's input on that last part. So at this point in time, I'd like to invite Councillor Mary Lloyd to speak to all things county. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you, Mayor Waters and County Councillor Waters. Thanks for inviting me. Just to give some context, my name is Mary Lloyd and I am a councillor in Ward 5. And Ward 5 is Jones Baseline, otherwise known in the town of Fergus as Scotland Street, up to County Road 17, which is what some lovingly know as Cumnock Corners, and over and across there, all the way to the Waterloo border, everything that is on the north side of the Grand River. So, first of all, I want to talk a little bit about the roads department. Many of us have seen oversized and overweight vehicles using our county roads and your roads as well, without permit, not asking ahead, causing traffic problems, and basically stopping up traffic if they get caught on roundabouts or things of that nature. So right now we are creating an oversized, overweight permit bylaw that will be to help regulate heavy truck traffic. So we're hoping that this is going to help avoid some of these situations, and there will be an annual permit fee attached to that, as well as a single-use fee. So if there's maybe turbine vehicles being moved through the community, that it's all under the guise of what's known as happening through the township and the county. In solid waste, there has been a new change. Business recycling is being extended outside of our BIA areas. We do ask that you register, and the forms are online under the solid waste to register. We are very excited about this being offered to places like the Elora Centre for the Arts, where it falls outside of the BIA area, but they have a large amount of recycling. Now they'll be able to take part in the CART system and help recycle a little bit more wisely and not have to have staff taking it home. I want you to remember to take your used batteries to libraries and other county buildings and drop them off. Just as an FYI, in 2025, 7.83 metric ton were kept out of our landfill site by using those recycling options. For me, I need to know pounds. That's 17,262 pounds of used batteries that are being taken out of our, or prevented from going into our landfill site. And we won an award for being really good at recycling. So well done, Wellington County. Keep up the good work. And remember, you have 3 library branches with tubes that you just walk in the door and drop those used batteries in. Our OPP have been actively enforcing speed limits throughout the county and through Centre Wellington as well, conducting ride checks and looking after our residents. But they're also participating in many safety programs, things about keeping us safe in our own homes. It could be falls or accidental poisonings. Through their participation in your active lifestyle show that you had just recently, and the upcoming Senior Safety Day, which you're hosting as well through Centre Wellington, and the Drayton Farm Show offers opportunity for the OPP to have discussion and make presentations to residents around keeping themselves safe. Fraud or scam talks are being done at our local BIA associations this month, and they will be looking towards talking more about shoplifting. There's lots of work going to be happening at the Cumnock Trail. There's a series of ash trees that have come down inside that trail, making it a little unsafe and harder to move through. So we're going to be salvaging out some of that timber and clearing it away. And there's also a plan to look at the parking up at that area. And that's at County Road 17 and Highway 6. Big news. Big news. I'm sure you all know the Elora transfer station has opened. There's been lots of activity going on. And finally, the last thing that we have done in this last month is we welcomed the new library branch to Erin Village. If you get an opportunity, if you have little people in your life, if you want to go and try out a new library branch for a little visit and just see what it is, that library branch is open, and that actually meets our goal that was set at the early 2000s by Brad Whitcomb about working on our library system and getting them into beautiful and well-attended, safe and accessible buildings. So we have attained our goal. And for that, I hope that the residents in Center Wellington enjoy their 3, and then they'll take a little drive and enjoy the new one at Erin Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Any comments or questions for Mary? Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Councillor Lloyd. My question was just a bit of clarification with the business recycling outside of the BIA area. Is it for most of the town, or is it just a few kind of are on the edge of where they're currently collecting now? Thank you.
They would be for all business registered that are happening. So in our full business industrial parks that are throughout the county, as well as businesses that are on the edges of commercial areas that are not in designated BIA areas. So it's all business throughout Wellington County.
Any other comments or questions for Mary? Mary, you did a really, go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Dear Mayor Waters, everybody is so happy the Elora station is open, and thank you. So happy. My husband, he went right away.
No, if there's no other questions for Mary, then thank you, and thank you for staying with us tonight. And you took a lot of my words, so I don't have to speak. So thanks again. Okay. I will move down to item 9.3, Councillors Committee updates. If there are, Councillor Welton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'll keep this short, but I did want to share that 3 weeks ago, I did travel to St. John's, Newfoundland for meetings with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities as my role on the as an on-board member of the Committee of the Whole and member of the Ontario Caucus and the Sustainable Development and Economic or Environmental Committee and Social and Economic Development Committee. So it was very interesting. We had 2 study tours that I participated in for the engineers and water people in the crowd. I think there's a couple here. We had a nice, really interesting tour of the water treatment plant in St. John's, and one of the highlights for me was that in their source water protection zones, St. John's allows 0 development, and even to the point if a house goes up for sale that was there before, the city buys it and decommissions it, kind of thing. So very interesting, but it was a really good tour. We also had meetings. It was interesting with we always think of the relationship between municipalities and the province, but the federal government has a role to play as well. So there were a lot of discussions about trade and how municipalities can participate in trade missions, getting direct foreign investment in our communities, things like that. So really worthwhile to attend and really good to network with councillors and elected officials from across the country. So it was worthwhile, and I'll write up a little summary to share with council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Welton. Any other councillors? Councillor McDonald.
Safe Communities. I will be attending the Drayton Farm show. It is on April 8th and 9th, and Safe Communities will be partaking in that. And also Safe Communities will be partaking in the Seniors Day that Center Wellington Fire Department is putting on April 8th. And at the Senior Center, there's ongoing information about slips and falls. And that's it for now.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. The Elora BIA will be meeting tomorrow night over at the Elora Public Library, if anybody wants to attend. Our Economic Prosperity Committee meeting was the other week. We had a presentation by Christelle Maines from the Guelph Wellington Business Center. She had lots of great information, and if you're looking for business help of any kind, try to reach out. She's just full of knowledge, and they also do a lot of workshops and a lot of help for business plans or businesses that are already established and needing help or new direction to change what they're doing now. Kristen gave us a great event policy, a fulsome report on our current progress, and left the committee with some questions that she's wanting feedback on. Our DC charges came, our study came. The committee was in favor of the new proposal for or the new suggestion for the infill incentive to keep the sprawl down. And they do not want the taxpayers paying for new growth. They were really stressing that in conversations that we were having. The MSC also came, and the committee was also stressing there that they don't want the economic development to get lost due to the overabundance of tourism that we have. And there was just questions regarding the percentage and clarification on how the money was being spent, et cetera. So lots of fulsome discussion there.
Thank you, Councillor Jefferson. Any other councillors want to contribute at this stage? Okay. Okay, well, thank you for bringing us up to date on your various activities. So now we'll move down to item 10, delegations. We'll look at Joseph Pupolo, Polycorp, regarding agenda item 12.2, development charges, background study, and bylaw. And I'd like to welcome Joseph to the lectern. Welcome, Joseph.
Mayor Waters, through the council. Tonight we'll be speaking about the DC background study. It's my through good discussions with staff. My hope and intent is to continue those discussions with staff and for hope of further refining the DC study. So I'm hoping that tonight the DC background study is accepted for information. I was very much appreciative of seeing an extension of 6 months before the new rates come into place. And I'm hopeful that in those 6 months, we can continue the discussion and further refine the numbers in the DC background study. I think it's crucially important for the growth of our community. First of which is benefit to existing. I think there's still some refinement needed to be done on the benefit to existing numbers within the revised study. I still think if people are benefiting locally from works that are done or works that haven't done historically, that should be considered as part of the overall tax base. The second is the timing of the South Fergus infrastructure. So I noticed that a lot of there's roughly about $36 million in DCs funded for activities, specifically sewers, pumping stations. If some of this other development doesn't go forward for the purpose of funding those activities, it creates a circular problem, whereas if other development doesn't happen to fund those things can't be brought online. Next is just a matter of just general fairness. There was some lands that had planning status throughout this entire process, and I don't believe they've been properly considered in this DC study, specifically for both water and wastewater. I think it's fundamentally important to consider that there could be a greater limit needed for water and wastewater depending upon where current applications are and current planning processes are under the Planning Act, because those things cannot be brought on stream later by developers. That has to be initiated within Centre Wellington proper. The next most important thing that I wanted to highlight was there was council direction in 2023 around highway access management plans. I think these are fundamentally important for bringing them on, both on the South Fergus as well as North Fergus. I think it's fundamentally important because that helps create connected communities and allow you to create active transportation. And so in my review of the DC background study, I think there still could be some more DC funded activities for those purposes, as whether you're looking to bring on new commercial lands, employment lands, or school lands, or residential. Finally, I just want to speak to market feasibility and the infrastructure delivery risk. Looking at the quantum of the increase, this will be borne specifically by new home buyers, and it's a huge risk in terms of when you're looking at the overall development that you're looking to do in the infrastructure that you're going to be bringing on in place. Right now, the market cannot absorb this degree of increase, and it's my fundamental concern that due to the amount of the increase, and this is why I seek more time to work with staff, whether our ability to deliver housing and much needed infrastructure. So it's for those reasons that I want to use this 6 month period extend the existing development charge bylaw. This will have no material financial change, allow more time for us to work with staff and work through some of these issues. I think we've made excellent progress in the times that we've had to meet, and I still think there's an opportunity to do so. Just in closing, if I could extend, and I'll ask council, but I want to put on my dad hat and speak to the previous item that was on there. If I could be afforded a couple of seconds extra time. Okay. This is me putting on my dad hat here. And I got kind of emotional listening to the previous delegations there. And I got emotional for the following reasons. Had a family wedding, that of my brother, to which I was the best man. And because of an STR over a C1 zone, I was able to walk my two little daughters back to the room to which we were staying during the wedding, and I was able to rejoin the wedding. We drove here on the weekend. We parked once. We stayed. We had the entire time in downtown Elora. It was a wonderful family occasion, and I wouldn't, had I been driving every which way I wouldn't have had that moment, that wonderful moment walking home with my daughters. So I just wanted to share that on a personal note. I found myself unintentionally emotional at that because I was able to have that moment with my daughters at a family wedding because of that. In closing, I'm deeply committed to building excellent communities in the community, and that involves heart, but it also involves economics, and those things have to go hand in hand. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate the extra moments.
Thank you, Joseph. At this time, I'd like to invite Joe Harris, Grand Highland Home Builders Association, regarding agenda item 12.2, development charges, background study, and bylaw. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you very much, Mayor Waters and members of council. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Joe Harris. I'm the first vice president of the Grand Highlands Home Builders Association. I am here on behalf of our association to follow up on our delegation at the February 9th public meeting related to the development charges bylaw, as well as our recent letter regarding the same. Firstly, I'd like to thank council and staff for listening to our previous concerns at the public meeting earlier this year, and particular to CAO Dan Wilson for taking the time to meet with our members recently and engage in a meaningful and constructive discussion around the proposed DC bylaw. Mr. Wilson and his staff have been receptive, and they've also made very good efforts to respond, whether through modest reductions in the development charges, the introduction of exemptions for certain housing types in intensification areas, and the consideration of freezing and phasing development charge options. That level of collaboration is important, and we appreciate those responses. Ultimately, as Joseph mentioned, we share the same objective: to realize more housing delivered in Centre Wellington in a way that is both sustainable and supportive of the community's long-term growth. However, we are here tonight to reiterate our continued concerns with the magnitude of the proposed development charges. As Joseph mentioned, it is very hard to absorb that level of increase, especially at this time, even of those that have been amended through the various amendments. The reality is that the housing market has slowed significantly. We're feeling that pinch, and building activity has declined sharply over the last 2 years, with residential permits for new homes falling below historical averages and well below municipal and provincial levels. At the same time, housing costs remain high. While we are lobbying with other levels of government and working diligently with our organizations and alongside our trade partners to try and reduce home prices to the extent that we can, affordability still continues to be a major challenge. More broadly, we are seeing another concerning trend. Projects aren't moving forward. Home construction is stalled, investment is leaving the market, and jobs across the housing sector are disappearing, including some of our trades, engineers, planners, architects. They're all being impacted. In this environment, the scale of the proposed DC increases is challenging to accept. And I just want to highlight a few of those metrics that are pulled directly from the DC bylaw through a little bit of constructive math. The increase is about 24% for low density residential and up to 54% for medium to higher density built forms from the existing rates that were just approved in January. Overall, the increases in the urban area DCs, so the total DCs the increase ranges from 85 to 135% compared to the DC bylaw that is currently in effect that was just approved 5 years ago. So we've now gone to a point where these DCs in some cases have increased 134% in the last 5 years. So where could they be in another 5 years? It's just extremely difficult for us to absorb that and for the new customers to absorb it. The other item is just the Parks and Rec service class, and we did talk to Mr. Wilson about this in our meeting. That service class in particular has increased over 200% in some of the levels, and I understand the reasons why, but again, when you see an order of magnitude such as that, it's very much cause for concern in our industry. It's undeniable increases of this magnitude will have a direct impact on housing affordability, an issue we all know that is much priority for council. As such, we find it challenging to support the increases as currently proposed and or the underlying details and calculations, as Joseph pointed out a couple of them. That said, we do recognize and support the recent amendments to the township's proposed approach. Two of those being the short-term 6-month freeze of the DCs. That provides immediate relief in an uncertain market, and hopefully it sparks some additional projects and builds that are currently in the queue. So we do support that 6-month freeze. Additionally, the 2-phase, I'll call it, implementation of the DCs over the next calendar year. That provides some time for us to adjust rather than it being a real significant increase immediately, but also enabling the township to work toward the long-term infrastructure funding objectives. As an additional point, I'd be remiss if I didn't just sort of briefly talk about the exemption with respect to the medium density and the high density. I'd just like to sort of lobby a little bit, if I could, and look to understand why that wouldn't be applied for even low density residential, because what we're talking about here is in intensification areas, and we would have to meet that definition of an intensification area. Those intensification areas typically have municipal servicing available, roads, and if we're looking to increase the goal of intensifying within an existing neighborhood or intensifying within an existing built-up area, why not extend that definition and exemption, and it's just a partial exemption, to all levels of intensification, not just medium and high density. I think the point was anything over 5 units, if I'm not correct, Dan. So you could still have a low density residential intensification project that has 6 units or 10 units, but under the definition of what's being proposed, that would not be exempted, as I understand it. So in closing, the Grand Highlands Home Builders Association is in support of the proposed 6-month freeze and the 2-phased approach proposed before you tonight. Unfortunately, the increase of the development charges are still severe, and we believe there could be further work completed on the details of the background study and the calculations to achieve a DC that meets the objectives of the township, but also is fair and equitable to the new home building industry and customers. To this end, and sort of to further Joseph's point, we do remain committed to working collaboratively with staff over the course of, let's say, the next 6 months or a year, to stay updated on development charges, work with the township, have those discussions, and support housing delivery. Thank you again for your time. I am available to answer any questions, but again, thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Joe. The next to speak, item or 10.3, Darcy Saunders. Hi, hello, Darcy. Darcy, are you ready to come up? Yep, okay, perfect. Welcome, Darcy.
Thank you.
Welcome back. You're double time. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'd just like to start off a little bit about, been trying to educate myself on this, Matt, and see how you're implementing it and the whole bit and everything. Like the only information that I can find is really on Connect CW, and there's not a whole lot there to explain what took place. And then with this report that's out, it's quite interesting how it's evolved, I guess, and then some information that I've just learned as of late in the last few weeks. It's interesting as well. So I'm speaking today regarding the agenda item 12.1 and the proposed municipal services corporation known as MSC and municipal accommodation tax, MAT. I want to begin by saying that tourism is not unique to Centre Wellington. It exists in many communities. We are not an anomaly. Tourism is important, and I'm not here to oppose it. My concern is how this model is being structured, funded, and justified. It has been stated by our CEO at the March 5th MAT information seminar for accommodation providers that the MAT has been discussed internally since early as 2018. I appreciate the advisement of this, but this leads to other questions of past mayoral positions. However, from a public perspective, this is the first time we are seeing a complete proposal, including structure, cost, and implementation. That makes this the first meaningful opportunity for the public to comment, from at least where I stand anyway. Where there have been earlier discussions, they did not provide enough detail for informed public input. A proposal of this scale should show a clear progression in the public domain, not appear fully formed at the point of decision. Based on the report before council, the MSC is expected to begin operating using existing township funding, much of which comes from property taxation. This means residents are funding the creation and the operation of this model before the tourism sector is generating the revenue intended to support it. That raises a simple question. Why is the financial burden being placed on residents up front? The MAT has not yet been implemented. And even when it is, the township's own projections show it does not fully sustain the cost of the corporation. Approximately $820,000 in total MAT revenue is projected, with about $410,000 available to the corporation. At the same time, operating costs exceed $1 million annually. That is not a self-sustaining model. The difference, hundreds of thousands of dollars each year, is expected to be covered through property taxes, paid parking, revenue, OLG funding, and other municipal sources. These are all public funds that could otherwise be directed toward core infrastructure, roads, parking, waste services, community needs already identified by residents. So even after MAT is introduced, there remains a partially subsidized system, which leads to this question. If tourism revenue does not cover the cost, who does? At present, that responsibility appears to fall on residents. It also raises a broader fairness issue. The business and operators who benefit most directly from tourism are not funding the upfront creation of this model, nor are they covering its full operating costs. Even a partial cost recovery model where the sector contributes more meaningfully to administration, staffing, and ongoing operations does not appear to be in place. There is no clear analysis of how this model performs if revenues are lower than projected. Those projections are based on assumptions, occupancy, supply, and compliance. Without sensitivity analysis, the financial risk to the township is not clearly defined. I would also like to address the public survey results. Residents clearly identified infrastructure, roads, parking, waste, and services as their top priority. Marketing and promotion rank significantly lower. This indicates that residents are not primarily asking for more tourism. They are asking for support in managing the impacts of the tourism that already exists. However, the proposed model directs significant funding toward promotion and administration, while infrastructure costs remain with the township. That's a clear mismatch. There is also a broader concern regarding how this input is being used. If MAT has been under consideration for several years, it raises the question of whether the survey was intended to inform the decision or support a direction already being developed. From a public perspective, it can create the impression that the outcome was largely determined before input was gathered. Finally, I want to briefly address governance. The consultant involved previously served multiple terms as mayor and helped shape earlier policy direction. While that experience has value, it also raises the concern about independence. From a public standpoint, it creates the perception that this may not be a fully independent evaluation, but rather a continuation of prior direction under changing circumstances. In summary, this is the first time the public has been presented with a complete MAT and MSE model. The financials do not demonstrate a self-sustaining system. Public funds are being relied on to support both the startup and the ongoing operation. And there is a gap between residents' priorities and how this model allocates funding. Before moving forward, I would encourage council to ensure this proposal is fully tested, clearly justified, and aligned with the interests of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy. Okay, now we'll move down to item number 11, consent items. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and voted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items be removed from the consent agenda for separate action. I'll read the recommendation that the Council Township of Centre Welling approve consent agenda items 11.1 through to 11.9. So anyone want to speak to any of those items? Just comment? Sure. Councillor Wilton. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just a very quick comment, and it's about the Guelph Owen Sound Transportation. I think this is a great service. I'm happy to see it happening again. So my only comment would be to see, I think I said this last year too, if we can really promote it, so make sure our residents know about this service, because that's pretty cheap to be able to get to Guelph and even up to Owen Sound. So glad to see that happening. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Adams, did you? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you. Item 11.4, the OMF Fire Protection Grant Transfer Payment Agreement. I just had a question. I thought when we had engaged with IPA at that time that they were going to be covering costs. Was that just only related to training? I see right now we're getting some specialized equipment to deal with suppression related to battery fires. I'm just looking for some clarification, because I thought there was some talk at the time of that application and approval that certain things were covered. Yeah.
Thank you. And through Mayor Waters, yes, IPA is funding both training and equipment, but this was an opportunity to get additional funding on top of that. So it's considered extra on top of what IPA is providing.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I think it's 11.8 with Adam McNabb for the investments report. I was just curious, within the one policy, it talks about where we are allowed to invest, like into the GICs and then the one investment group. And I noticed we don't have anything in there, but I was just in looking up with them, I'm just wondering with the bonds, equities, and the high interest savings, with the bonds and equities, or the equities in particular, do we have like direction that they be like mostly Canadian based if we're doing anything in that for the investment sector? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Jefferson, and through you, Mayor Waters. While we do have opportunity to look at some of the equities and bond markets, we only have a very small fraction of our investments contained within one fund through AMO. We've been historically on the conservative side from our investment perspective, simply from a safety and security standpoint, and leverage largely our relationship with the credit unions, as our cash holdings typically generate a higher, more stable return on investment. So that's been our strategy to this point.
Do you have a follow-up? Yeah.
Sorry, that I was mostly just wondering if we do like Canadian base, like if we're looking at anything that's stocks or equities or anything that it's all like a Canadian based direction. Sorry.
No, we don't. We just strictly leverage the high investment savings account. So none of our holdings are with equities or bonds at this point.
Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Have we ever looked into the principal protector notes?
Yeah, we have. And I know at the county treasurers meeting where all the county and member municipality treasurers meet, we will be hosting in our next session presentation to have a look a little bit more closer at the principal protected notes. Historically, we haven't done that simply because of the laddering structure that we've had through our GISA structure. And again, just the favorable rates that we've seen through that. However, with the increasing market volatility that we're seeing, that's certainly something we've looked at, and we'll continue to investigate and we'll report back as we see future things on that.
Okay, any other further comments, questions from council as it relates to the consent items? So I read the recommendation. Do we have a mover on that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock. All those in favor? Okay, that is so moved. And now we'll move down to, yes, this is one of my favorite times in the meeting. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington, in accordance with Section 7.7A of Procedure Bylaw 2024-65, having reached the 3-hour maximum for a council meeting, hereby extend the meeting curfew by another day. No, sorry, till 8:30 p.m. Do you have a mover for that? Oh yeah, you're giving me a hard time now. Okay, Councillor Wilton, seconder, Councillor Adam, all those in favor? So moved. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we'll move down to consideration of reports. So economic item 12.1, economic update and tourism municipal service corporation update. And I see CAO Wilson at the lectern. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. This report is an update to the Municipal Service Corporation project that we've been working on for quite some time. We have a PowerPoint presentation that we'd like to go through. Kelly Linton from Linton Consulting is here to co-present with me. Also, Jennifer Moss from SV Law is here to help answer any questions. So I believe Kelly's going to start off the presentation, and then I will complete the presentation and we'll go to questions from there.
Welcome, Kelly.
It's good to be here, Mayor Waters, members of council. Nice, exciting night for me to be here tonight, so it's good to take this in. So I have about a 10-minute presentation that I'll start off with, and then it's basically just giving you an update on what we've been working on since September, when we were here before council at the end of September. So it really has been a team effort with your CAO, your treasurer, and the members of the team. It's been a pleasure to work with the Centre Wellington team again. Am I controlling this? Okay, yeah, I like being in control. There we go. So we had a little bit of a slimmer team. As you remember, in phases 1 to 4, I was part of a consortium that included McSweeney and Associates on the economic development side. Had the opportunity to work with Craig Dyer, a financial expert and governance expert. So me and Craig really took this last phase together, and we worked with SV Law and your team to complete this part of the work. So what I'll go through is a little bit of context to remind us all what we're talking about, look at some of the deliverables, and then I'm going to pass it off to Dan to talk about what we've done in terms of engagement and next steps. So if you remember back to September and even before then, when we looked at the different models, this model, I just want to talk about this to give us a little bit of context right now. Township, 100% township-owned nonprofit entity, the Municipal Service Corporation. You see the longer word there, Economic Development and Tourism Municipal Service Corporation, but for brevity, I'm just going to call it an MSC, but we know we're always talking about the same thing. So 100% township owned. The board, skills-based board, 7-member board of directors with includes the mayor and 1 elected member of council. Shared services model with the township. So you see on the left-hand side, remember back, the township still continues to support the MSC, and all members, all the staff, the 4 staff members within the MSC are all considered township employees. So the primary accountability to the work of the MSC is the primary accountability is to the board of directors, with administrative and operational line of accountability to the CAO. So really, it's a hybrid model to make sure that we don't have an MSC and a township that are going in different directions. So there's some consistency there. 4 full-time staff, 2 of them are repurposed from the existing organization, and 2 of them are new. So remember, that's the model that we're talking about here. So just to, again, we had 4 phases to the project following the RFP process and the selection of Linton Consulting in June of 27th of 2025. We had 4 pieces of work: a launch, review, design, build. And it included input from members of council at that time. We did a couple design sessions and included input from the senior management team. And it also involved all the township managers that had a part of a role to play when it came to economic development and tourism. So we wanted to make sure that we had some really good input from CW staff. So today what we're doing is we're summarizing the work that we've done in the last phase of work, and it's really in four elements there: detailed process maps, legal documents, the board's skills matrix, and then an update on the engagement piece of it. So this fancy diagram here is the process map that we created, a draft map that we created. And we did 2 full days of process mapping sessions with Center Wellington staff. Really good sessions, really collaborative sessions. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to take a look at the future state when you had an MSC operational and you still had the township. And we wanted to make sure that we had a really solid process clarifying who does what. And so we went through this process and did 4 detailed process maps for these functions. The budget function, so we're clear on how the MSC has to fit within the township's budget process. So the same level of transparency and accountability that citizens will see in the township's budget, they'll see the same level of accountability to the MSC's budgets, because it is a 100% township-owned entity. The second process that we looked at is the communications and any kind of promotion. So we wanted to make sure that we were clear on who was doing what when it came to the communication side of things and the citizen engagement side of things. So we have a really good draft process map that clarifies those roles and responsibilities as well. The third one was employment lands. So anything related to the sale of employment lands, the marketing of employment lands, bringing those servicing those employment lands. So we wanted to make it clear again what the MSC is on the hook for and what the township continues to be on the hook for. So just one of the things, just remind you that we made a determination that the MSC would not own property at this time. The township would own all the property. So that really simplifies things, because the township continues to play the role it's playing right now when it comes to ownership of the land. And then the fourth process that we looked at in detail was anything related to events and festivals, because we really, and this was a really fun process, because we really had to make sure that there wasn't duplication of effort when it came to community events versus more tourism related events. So we made a couple different processes to make sure that it was clear who was doing what. So good 2 days of process mapping. And we have some really good draft documents now for each of those processes. And once the MSC is up and running, then it makes sense for the staff of the MSC and the staff of the township to review these drafts once things are going and to make any refinements or revisions to them at that point. But we have a really good start. So as far as the legal documents go, the one thing that is required by by the Ontario Municipal Act is establishing a business case, and so we've done that in all these documents. My team put a first kick at it, then we got SV Law to take a look at it and make sure that the wording is all good and everything's consistent and deliberate. So what the basic mandate of the business case study is to provide the mandate and objectives of the MSC. The analysis, just to confirm that an analysis was done and the benefits of the MSC, the approved organizational model, roles, responsibilities, and reporting, the governance structure, accountability to the MSC, to both the board and to Township Council, funding, budget, and collection of MAT funds. Again, it lays that out, and then the accountability and reporting function. So it's a good, solid, it's an easy read. Like, it's not, some of the legal documents are not as easy to read. The business case study, you can understand it. The asset and liability transfer policy, again, this is a municipal act. Requirement is to put this together. And so basically the purpose is to ensure that the township continues to have control over the transfer of these assets and liabilities. Everything, any asset transfer, for example, must be approved by council in advance of the transfer. So this is the legal document that ensures that that is in place. And there's a few objectives there that I'm not going to read out, but a few objectives there that council should consider when they're determining whether a transfer takes place. But at this time, remember, there won't be any land transfer. This is just a requirement of the Municipal Act that you have this in place. So we made sure that this was covered off. And then there's 4 other legal documents, which I won't get into detail about. Financial accountability agreement, formalize the requirements of the township to make MAT payments to the MSC as the eligible tourism entity. And it's very strict what they can pay for using MAT payments. So that's very deliberate. The administrative services agreement, that touches on what administrative services the township is going to continue to provide to the MSC and how it's going to be charged back. The board of directors terms of reference, very similar to an advisory committee terms of reference. It's the same, basically using the same kind of format. Talks about and there's a lot of similarities between the terms of reference and the business case study. There's a lot of similarities there, so we made sure that we were consistent from one to the other. But it sets out how the board of directors works. And then the board of directors skills matrix, which ensures that the board contributes to effective decision-making and results-based leadership. We wanted to make sure that we had a really good skills-based board. And so that skills matrix will help come to that. And I think at this point, I'm turning it over to Dan.
Okay, we went through significant engagement as part of this project. That is a requirement of the case study in establishing both the MAT and the Municipal Service Corporation. I would say generally the support from the residents of Center Wellington was positive. I'd say some of the concerns that came out were around governance and making sure that if we're establishing a new corporation that is efficient and not just duplicating what the township already does. And I think we've done a very good job at making this as efficient as possible using township resources and township staff. There were a few misconceptions that I'd like to clarify. There was an assumption that only accommodation providers would sit on our MSC board and make the decisions for how MAT funds were to be spent. That isn't the case. We would have a skills-based board of directors representing a number of economic development and tourism related skills that would pass a budget, which is the use of MAT funds, and council would have the ultimate authority to decide how those funds would be used going forward. So we could have an accommodation provider on the board, but it's not going to be all accommodation providers on the board. Another one was a request to make the MAT charge a flat rate. We did a lot of research on this, and we see no indication of a flat rate MAT in place currently in the province. And we actually think the legislation points towards the requirement to have a percentage-based MAT. Still looking into that, but we feel like we have to move forward with a percentage-based MAT as per the legislation. Discussions with BIAs were very positive. I think they're looking forward to additional support in activities in the downtown cores. And I think our Municipal Service Corporation will provide that extra capacity. We were able to meet with other organizations as well, like RTO4 and Airbnb, which really helped us move forward in terms of where we are right now. In terms of timing, we are bringing a lot of the documents forward today, but there are more steps involved to this. We have not brought forward the MAT bylaw yet. That's still in development and will be brought forward. We're planning to bring that forward in conjunction with the short-term rental bylaw, so they can be both looked upon at the same time. So that you can, I guess, forecast that in the next coming few months. And as Kelly mentioned, there's a few other legal documents that need to be prepared and signed between the Municipal Service Corporation and the township that will come forward as well. But we are looking for certain approvals today to keep this file moving forward. In terms of some of the requests for today and in terms of the report, we are looking for approval to appoint the mayor and a council rep as incorporators and voting members on the board of directors for the Municipal Service Corporation, as outlined in the Linton Consulting report. We are suggesting that we incorporate under the name the Center Wellington Economic Development and Tourism Municipal Service Corporation. That will be the legal name, but we will have opportunities to brand that organization as other names moving forward. But we needed a legal name to start the corporation documents with. We are looking for approval to appoint the CAO and treasurer as non-voting members to the board of directors. That again is as per the Linton Consulting report that was brought forward a number of months ago. And we'd like to open up recruitment for the remaining 5 community-based board members using a skills-based approach, so that we would have in the foreseeable future a corporation formed and a board of directors formed over the next coming months. We would like delegated authority for myself and the treasurer to execute various agreements and operational documents between the MSC and the township. Those would come forward for information to council as well, but we need to be able to move forward with those documents. We know that there's going to be a township portion of the MAT funds, which would be retained with the township. We'll get to this in a minute, but right now it's recommended that 50% of the MAT funds go to the MSC and 50% to the township. So the MSC portion of those funds would be brought forward in the MSC's budget, approved by the board of directors, and then eventually approved by council. So you can make sure you're good with the use of those funds going forward. But the township's 50% share of those funds, we need to establish a MAT reserve fund for that, and we need to establish a policy for acceptable use of those funds. So that is what we'd like direction to move forward with and create that policy adjustment for council consideration at a future meeting. We would like to dissolve the current Economic Prosperity and Growth Council Advisory Committee. That is the existing council advisory committee that has been responsible for economic development and growth. We feel like the Municipal Service Corporation is taking on most of that scope of work. The remaining piece is growth that we feel like will be addressed through future housing discussions. And then we'd like permission to hire an executive director. This is a repurposed position from our former manager of economic development position, and we would like to, once we have a board of directors, we would work with that board of directors to hire an executive director. We are also looking for approval to use the existing township budget for tourism and economic development in 2026 to get the Municipal Service Corporation going operationally. This was always the intent. We do have approved budgets for economic development and tourism, and the township is basically transferring that responsibility to the Municipal Service Corporation. It's a total combined budget of approximately $670,000 in 2026. We've taken most of economic development and tourism to the Municipal Service Corporation. There's just about $20,000 worth of activity relating to predominantly the CIP and the business park that would be retained with the township, but the rest of those funds would be now under the scope and responsibility of the MSC. So we're looking for permission to allow the MSC to use the remaining funds from these budgets to operate in 2026. These are some assumptions. We're not approving this tonight, but these are assumptions that we use to develop a conceptual 2027 budget. And again, this is just for illustration purposes tonight, but if you assume a 5% MAT, which is what we are recommending to council when we bring forward a MAT bylaw, and keep in mind, if we use the 50% split between MSC and township, the 50% going to the MSC must be used for the purposes of promoting tourism. That is in the legislation. You must do that. And we can be more flexible on how we use the township portion of those funds. But we do feel like the 5% MAT is the right MAT to use going forward. We did a detailed scan of the province, and that is outlined in the report. While some municipalities start at a 4% MAT, at least 25% of them have decided to increase their percentage since then. And through our discussions with RTO4, we have been advised that it's maybe better to start at 5% than to start at 4% and increase to 5% in the short term. We are going to be charging the MSC an administration and occupancy charge. I'll get into that on the next slide, but that will be revenue to the township and positive from the township's perspective, and outlines how the township will be supporting the MSC going forward. We are recommending through future budgets that we consider the use of OLG funds, parking revenue, and property taxes as part of at least the short-term operations of the MSC. As MAT revenues increase and maybe other revenue sources become available, we can revisit that annually. But we do think, at least in the short term, that funding will be required. The MSC would take on the shuttle program going forward. That is considered a tourism initiative that will be transferred to the MSC. As per the Linton Consulting report, we are recommending next year that a development and tourism coordinator be hired. That would be the fourth position of four, as outlined by Kelly in his part of the presentation. And we do suggest that the MSC establish and maintain reserves. Part of that is to save up for major initiatives that could be capital or study in nature. And the rest of it is to serve as like a stabilization fund for when there's fluctuations in revenues within the organization. So again, this isn't for approval. This is just for illustration purposes. If you use all of those assumptions, you do get a municipal service corporation with a budget of approximately $1 million. We used property tax of $515,000 because that is the property taxes being allocated to economic development and tourism currently. So we did not increase that. But keep in mind that there's, if you see down in the expense line, there's roughly $100,000 in administration and occupancy fees being charged by the township for township administration and occupancy, which means that the net impact on taxation is about $100,000 less than it is currently if you net the two together. But this is what a budget could look like, but obviously subject to a lot more work and development and obviously approval by the board of directors and council next year. In terms of next steps, we are looking for direction to take the next step with the Municipal Service Corporation tonight. Beyond that, I mentioned there's a number of legal agreements that need to come forward as well, but we do anticipate further discussion on the MAT bylaw in association with the STR bylaw in the coming months. That concludes the presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thanks, Dan, and I'll look to Council for comments or questions. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, can you speak to what our delegation was saying about there being public input or not enough, or that part? That would be great.
Yes, through Mayor Waters, I did outline in my presentation that there was considerable public engagement. That was in the form of not only a Connect CW survey, but it was also various meetings. The project open house meeting last fall with residents. It was meeting with accommodation providers. It was meeting with the business community. I feel like we did a very good job in engaging the public. And in addition to that, the concept of establishing an MSC has been to council at least twice before tonight. So I feel like there's been a lot of engagement, and I think we did a good job on that.
Through Mayor Waters for follow-up. I do like the budget process because it's almost like aligning with our budget process in the township, but we're going to do it twofold. The board of directors is going to look at it, then we're going to look at it. So I appreciate that part, and thank you.
Thank you. And through Mayor Waters, yes, it's going to be a very open and transparent budget process. They will go through, the MSC will go through the township's budgeting process and timelines. But like you said, it would be approved not only by council, but the board of directors as well. So it's a very good process, I believe.
Councillor Walton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just want to appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I know it's been a big project, and I just like to remind everyone to that at the start of our term in the strategic plan, we did set out to kind of look into alternative revenue sources, and the MAT was kind of the obvious first place to look, but it dawned on all of us, thanks to your leadership and everything, that there's more to it than just saying, okay, we're going to implement a MAT tax. We have to develop some type of entity to accept the MAT. So it was a little more involved than I think, at least I can speak for myself, than I originally thought. So kudos to the team for doing all the work. My question is, now that we're at this point, if we go ahead from the meeting tonight, do you have any thoughts on timelines in terms of how long it might take to recruit the board and then to recruit the executive director? Because it's already near the end of March, and how we're like, what do the next few months look like from your perspective? Thank you.
That's a good question. Through Mayor Waters, I think my hope is that we can, if council agrees tonight, we can file the articles of incorporation as soon as possible, which would mean April could be a month to recruit a board of directors and give us enough time to do the appropriate communication and advertisements to get a really good skills-based board on hand. Which means we could be signing legal documents between the MSC and the township as early as May, maybe June, depending on the timing it takes to form the board of directors, and then hopefully proceeding immediately to posting and hiring an executive director. So I'm hoping by early to midsummer we are at least holding meetings and hiring, or if not, have hired an executive director. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. I don't know if this is, yeah. So we hear a lot from the survey, many surveys, that our residents are looking for that reinvestment into our infrastructure. And we're aware that by legislation, we have to spend this 50% given to the MSC on tourism. In the regulation, it refers to that the expressions and promotions of tourism include the development of tourism products. I'm curious and looking for clarification whether those tourism products can include things like capital investments in our and some of our infrastructure that could include things like parking facilities. I'm thinking in our own community, we've had a bridge or a stair repair needed to like Victoria Park for quite some time. When we look at our sports and rec master plan, we've talked a little bit about sports tourism that then will draw in regional or provincial or even federal competitions. Like, so if you're able to tie it into that, are you able to kind of tap into being able to spend some of that money, tourism products, on like these type of community investments that would still draw in tourism?
Yeah, through Mayor Waters, that is something we're currently investigating. The definition of tourism promotion in the legislation is a little broad, so we want to make sure what we do spend it on is tourism, but we need to put some thought into and look at the precedents around what other MSCs have been using this money for from a tourism perspective, and then make sure both the board and council agree with that definition. So I think that's part of next steps, in addition to deciding how the township share of the MAT will be used as well. I think that's a really good opportunity to at least dedicate it to more significant capital projects where the township scope really lies.
Okay, Council, any other further comments or questions as it relates to this presentation? Okay, well, I'd like to thank you, Dan, and thank you, Kelly, for your words and presentation tonight. So I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approves and adopts the business case study as outlined in report CAO 2026-05 regarding the establishment of Centre Wellington Economic Development and Tourism Municipality Service Corporation, and that the Council authorize the Mayor and Clerk to sign the asset and liability transfer policy to the Municipal Service Corporation bylaw, and that the Council authorize the incorporation of Centre Wellington Economic Development and Tourism Municipal Service Corporation, and that the Council appoints Mayor Sean Waters and Councillor Jefferson as the incorporators for the Municipal Service Corporation, and direct them to sign the Articles of Incorporation and to any other required documents for the proper incorporation thereof. And that the Council appoints Mayor Waters and Councillor Jefferson to the Municipal Service Corporation Board of Directors as voting members to serve until the end of the current council term, and that council appoints the Township Chief Administrative Officer and Township Treasurer to the Municipal Service Corporation Board of the Directors as non-voting members, and that the council authorize the recruitment of the public members of the Municipal Service Corporation Board of Directors for future council approval, and that the council directs the Chief Administrative Officer to work with the Municipal Services Corporation Board of Directors to recruit an executive director in association with the Township Human Resources Department following the township policies and procedures, and that council delegates authority to the Township Chief Administrative Officer and Treasurer to negotiate and execute such agreements and operational documents by and between the Township and Municipal Services Corporation as required for the initial operation, and set up the Municipal Service Corporation contingent upon review of the township solicitor confirming that the agreements comply with all relevant legal and regulatory requirements, and reporting to council upon entering into such agreement, and that council authorize the Municipal Service Corporation to operate for the remainder of 2026 utilizing the township approved budget for both economic development and tourism as outlined in report CAO 2026-05, and that council directs the staff to bring forward municipal accommodation tax bylaw for approval at a future council meeting, and that council directs staff to prepare an amendment to the Township Reserve and Reserve Fund policy for the creation of the Municipal Accommodation Tax Reserve, including the uses of these funds to be considered by council at a future council meeting, and that council approves the immediate dissolving of the Economic Prosperity and Growth Council Advisory Committee. And thank you, by the way, for that group for all the work and effort over time. Yes, at this point, I'll ask for a mover. Councillor Welton, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock. Any further comments or questions? Yes.
Just thank you, Mayor Waters. I just have a comment. a question maybe for Dan. It is a fairly complex kind of thing that we're doing, and it's brand new for the township. I'm just curious what we can do in terms of communication and maybe some really nice plain language documents and visuals maybe that would outline how the flow of money works, why an MSC is important, why, like, how it all works. So just curious if there's any plans already in place to do something like that. Thank you.
Yes, and through Mayor Waters, that's part of our plan to work with the Communications and Engagement Division to make sure that we have easy to understand communication for everybody on this whole process. So we will definitely do that.
Councillor McDonald.
Through your Mayor Waters, my apologies. I wanted to speak to the percentage. And are you going to set that up like after you get the board going and all of that? Or are you looking for our approval for that tonight? Because I would like to see it at 4%, similar to other towns that deal with the same VAT tax as we do.
Through Mayor Waters, that'll be a MAT bylaw discussion in coming months. You're not setting a percentage tonight.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any further comments or questions? Okay, we have a mover and a second. All those in favor? That is so moved. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Okay, now we're another exciting item. 12.2, development charges, background study and bylaw report from Dan Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Another presentation from me. Okay, this is the report outlining the recommended approval of our 2025 development charges background study and bylaw. It's been a project over 2025 and early 2026 for township staff that has been a lot of effort. So I thank everybody who's been involved in this. Also, I believe we may have Daryl from Watson and Associates online to help answer any questions if we need him. So in terms of DC purpose, this is some of the things you heard in the public meeting itself, but the actual calculations to calculate DCs are contained in the Development Charges Act. It is a very complicated calculation, but you have to follow what is in the Municipal Act. And basically it's, from a high level perspective, it's the cost of infrastructure to accommodate growth divided by anticipated growth. And I'll get into what some of that means later on in the presentation. The purpose is to recover the capital costs associated with growth, and it becomes a very political decision of who's going to pay for growth. There's a long-standing discussion that growth should pay for growth as much as possible. The legislation doesn't quite allow that to happen, and at the same time, we find ourselves in a housing crisis. So there's a balance of all of those needs as we move forward and pass a bylaw. We are constrained with how much we put into a DC background study. It's based on a historical level of service calculation. It used to be recently a 10-year average level of service. Now it is a 15-year average level of service. So it's in a sense lowered the ceiling of capital costs that can go into the DC study. And our current services funded through development charges are services related to roads, water, wastewater, public works, fire, parks, recreation, and studies. In terms of timing, so far in this process, we did most of the calculations for the DC study in 2025. We released the DC background study to the public on December 19th. We had a very well occupied developer builder consultation meeting on January 21st. Given weather, it was moved to online, and I think that had a lot more people attend, which was good. We released addendum number 1 to the background study on February 6th, just a few days before the February 9th DC public meeting. We had further developer builder consultation through the months of February and March. And addendum 2 to the background study was released on March 13th, and we are here today on the 23rd proposing actually 2 different bylaws for passage. There are a number of exemptions and discounts that are legislated, so we have no say in this. It's built into the DC Act. So we do not charge the upper tier school boards or universities, DCs. Up to 2 apartments in existing or new detached or semi-detached or row house are exempt from DCs. 1 additional unit or 1% of existing units in a residential building, if you're adding those units in, are exempt from DCs. Nonprofit housing is exempt. Affordable housing, either owned or rental units, are exempt. Attainable units are exempt, but we don't have a definition for that yet. So we don't know exactly what is attainable at this point in time, but our bylaws set up to accommodate that if and when we get a definition. There are discounts to DCs for rental housing based on the number of bedrooms. I believe 3 bedrooms are a 25% discount, 2 bedrooms are 20%, and then bachelor 1 bedroom are 15% discounts. And then there is an industrial exemption. You can expand up to 50% of the gross floor area of industrial buildings and not pay DCs. I mentioned affordable housing. What is affordable is set by the province annually. We don't have 2026 rates yet. That usually gets passed in the summertime, but these are the 2025 rates. So to be exempt from paying DCs, you have to be able to create a dwelling unit and sell it for $436,400 or less, or rent it, depending on the number of bedrooms, between $1,200 and $1,400 per month. We have a number of council discretionary exemptions in our bylaw. Some of these, or most of these, are carryover from our previous bylaw, but these are at the discretion of council. So places of worship, non-residential farm buildings for bona fide farm use, agricultural research buildings for the use of a university, public hospitals, hospices. Hospices is a brand new one. We added that one in this year. Silos for industrial, commercial, and institutional use, shipping containers for industrial, commercial, institutional use, as long as it's an accessory use. And one that we're going to talk about further on in the presentation is one we're suggesting you could add medium and high density intensification, partial exemption of DCs. Other legislative changes that have happened recently, residential DCs are now due at occupancy. In recent past, it was at building permit issuance. So it's, in a sense, delaying our cash flow 4 to 6 months when it comes to receipt of DC funds for each residential dwelling unit. We can't charge interest on DC installments anymore going forward. The province can now limit what is included in the definition of a capital cost by regulation, which makes it a lot easier for the province to redefine what a growth-related capital cost is. And land is excluded from the level of service calculation and shown as a separate class. So in a sense, there's been a lot of changes to legislation recently, and some of these, or if not a lot of these changes, have reduced our ability to use DCs. Addendum 1 to the DC study, as I mentioned, was released a couple of months ago. Major change in that addendum was how we treated developer-initiated urban boundary expansions in the local service policy. I'm going to explain what that means when I get to the local service policy slide. We changed minor changes to the DC calculations for various projects, and we gave ourselves an additional month to have developer consultations. So we delayed bylaw passage from February 23rd to March 23rd. Addendum 2 came out recently. We made, again, some adjustments to some of the DC calculations, but the bigger change was to remove land acquisition costs related to outdoor recreation facilities. And this was something proactive we were trying to bring forward. There's precedents out there that land associated with parks and recreation, or outdoor recreation anyway, are blended together into the definition of parks. and you cannot put parks-related land acquisition into the DC study. So we were attempting to define outdoor recreation land separately from parks land, but given that this hasn't been tested fully amongst the development community, we decided to at least pause that discussion for now and maybe bring it up over the next 5 years before we look at another DC bylaw. But the end result of Addendum 1 and Addendum 2 is that it ended up in a reduction in the calculated DC rates. And again, this is thanks to a lot of the discussions we had with the different builders and developers and pointing out some of the calculations. One of the critical policies in the background study is a local service policy. So this policy outlines a lot of the capital costs due to growth. What is the responsibility of the developer to pay for directly, and what we consider growth related and can be funded through development charges. So the policy itself goes through a number of different service areas and outlines in various situations what is a developer responsibility, what is a township growth related responsibility. And this is critical, and we bring a number of service financing agreements forward to council, and this policy dictates who is funding what from a service financing perspective. So it's a very critical policy. Two major changes we made in this iteration of the policy. The first one is developer initiated urban boundary expansions, and you heard a little bit about this from one of our delegates today. We initially wanted to assume that since we're only planning for growth to 2051 and we've brought in enough land to accommodate growth to 2051, that any developer initiated urban boundary expansions beyond that, all growth-related costs would be a developer responsibility. And that's what we wanted to bring forward initially and had that in the initial background study. After further discussion at a staff level, we feel like there should be enough time passed between the point in time where if a developer-initiated urban boundary expansion makes its way into the urban boundary, there's going to be enough time to update master plans, development charge studies to accommodate that land. But we did leave it in the local service policy that if we had just recently updated these master plans and DC studies and somehow a developer-initiated urban boundary expansion gets into the boundary, then the developer would have to fund the update to those studies. So we kept that in there, but removed the requirement to pay for the other capital costs associated with that growth. The other change we made was with respect to local and collector roads fronting a development. We made it very clear that if we are improving a local or collector road that is immediately adjacent to a development, that the upgrading of that road is a direct developer responsibility. We are bringing forward as an appendix to the DC bylaw a DC deferral policy for council's consideration. We've done DC deferrals in the past, but we've always had to bring them forward to council for consideration. We're asking for delegated authority for staff to approve this. We would establish a working committee and make the decision similar to how we do CIPs right now. So in terms of concepts or topics for deferral, the first one is non-residential mixed use, that we could have the non-residential DCs of a mixed-use development deferred until occupancy. And that is just to help administratively because the residential DCs are already at occupancy, so the non-residential could be deferred to be paid at the exact same time. And the second one is other non-residential DCs could be paid in 6 equal annual installments. And this is predominantly driving business expansion, employment growth. It's a very much an economic development initiated DC deferral to help new businesses and expansion of existing businesses. And then a final one we're suggesting is from a housing perspective. We recognize that the province's definition of affordable is very low and very difficult for developers to attain. So we've set the ability to pay DCs over 6 equal annual installments if a developer can get within 20% of those numbers, which are shown on this slide here. So sales of $523,000 or less, and then rentals between $1,400 and $1,700 per month. I mentioned growth to 2051. This is the table outlining what that growth is. And just to be perfectly clear, this is the best we can plan for. This is known growth based on what the province and Wellington County has passed through Official Plan Amendment 126. And this is the growth that is projected in the DC study. So the number we're all familiar with, 58,000 people by 2051, plus significant employment growth as well through that time. This is the calculated DC rates after taking into account both Addendum 1 and Addendum 2. I agree with the delegates. It is a fairly substantial increase, and I'll get to the percentages in a minute. But to be perfectly honest, this is the cost of growth. We just have to figure out how it's to be transitioned and how it should be phased over time, if at all. And I think that's part of the discussion we want to have with council today. These are the increases from the existing rates set January 1st, 2026. So just as an example, single semi-detached in the municipal wide charge increase about $6,100 or 27%. The urban component up $2,600 or 18%, and then the combined urban $8,800 or 23%. And then there's similar percentage increases across the different areas here. As always, residential DCs are by dwelling type and non-residential DCs are per square foot. We had significant questions come in on our DC background study. You saw a lot of the answers in the Q&A we released as part of the public meeting that is on our website. We continue to have a lot of discussions with builders and developers, and we would like to continue those conversations over the coming months. We feel like we're doing a good job in responding to any and all questions that come in. So a lot of the questions relate to very specific DC calculations on projects. In terms of the local service policy, I mentioned the developer-initiated urban boundary expansions and how we've accommodated for that already in one of the addendums. Can we make any concessions because of the housing crisis? And I think we've addressed that adequately in future slides here in a minute. But I think we've made some very productive changes to the DC study through Addendum 1 and Addendum 2. But from staff's perspective, we're ready to pass the bylaws tonight. Recommend to council to pass the bylaws tonight, but still continue to address developers' concerns over the coming months. Just to show market competitiveness, these are slides right out of the public meeting. So this is a single semi-detached house with our comparators. The red arrow is where we are right now in the comparator list. The blue is where we would be with full 2026 calculated rates. So you'll see even with the increase, we're just jumping over Guelph, Aramasa, and Orangeville. From a competitive perspective, we're very close to Orangeville. We're still a lot more affordable than the cities around the area and the town of Erin. But it just shows even with the increase, we're middle of the pack from a comparability perspective when it comes to residential DCs. Similar slide deck for commercial. We're maintaining our current position for commercial DCs, slightly lower than average, and again, much more affordable than the urban areas around us. And the last slide is for industrial. Again, we're going up slightly, but remaining sort of middle of the pack on average from a comparability perspective. So the bylaw options we've provided council for consideration. There's three things for your consideration. The first one is a partial DC exemption for medium and high density intensification. Second one is a 6-month DC rate freeze at current rates before we implement any increases. And the third one is a staged or phase in of DC rates once that DC rate freeze has been implemented. So the first one is partial exemption for medium and high density intensification. So this is to address the fact that council has already given us direction to look at a housing action plan. And Usually one of the results coming out of a housing action plan is a housing specific CIP. And it's going to take us time to do the housing action plan. And if the recommendation exists, it's going to take some time to put a housing CIP in place. So this is to take effect until a housing CIP is in place, and that is to encourage medium and high density intensification within the township. So from an intensification perspective, it helps in terms of utilizing underutilized land and land that's typically already serviced. And from a medium and high density perspective, it promotes the more affordable housing than building singles and semis. So we felt like it was a good preliminary step before a housing specific CIP is in place. And we've worded it so that once a housing CIP is in place, then this exemption would drop off the bylaw from a DC perspective. We've also included in this a similar 25% exemption for the non-residential component of the mixed-use developments that meet the same definition. So the definition is that the development meets the definition of intensification within the built-up area as per the county OP. The development is on township water wastewater services. There's a minimum of 5 medium and high density dwelling units. So that's basically anything other than singles and semis. So it has to be more dense than a single and semi. DCs are paid at occupancy or earlier, and there's no outstanding debts with the township. And if you meet all of those criteria, then it would be a 25% DC exemption. Sorry, before I move on, there's a table at the bottom of this slide that outlines the financial impact of this 25% exemption on the various housing types. So that represents for every dwelling unit constructed that meets this definition, that's the amount of shortfall that we would have in our DC bylaw. So it ranges from up to $9,400 with an urban other multiple, down to $2,700 for a special acquired dwelling unit in the municipal area. Obviously not applicable for singles and semis because they don't meet the definition of this exemption. And it's $1.65 municipal wide for non-residential, or $3.57 per square foot for urban. So that is in a sense, the cost of providing this partial exemption. The next one very quickly is a 6-month rate freeze. What we're suggesting is that we extend the current DC bylaw that's currently in place for 6 months. And we've provided a very quick 2-page bylaw that would do that, which means the rates that were put in place as of January 1st, 2026 would remain in place until the end of September of this year. And then we would have the new bylaw passed tonight that would take effect October 1st. And then we can talk about phasing of rates beyond that. This also reduces our DC cash flow, creating a shortfall in DC funding. But anytime we propose a phase-in or an exemption, that's the result. We're deciding that we're okay with the shortfall in DCs to accommodate the incentives that it provides for development. The final suggestion is if you want to stage the DC rate increase, this is the 2-stage increase scenario, which is built into the suggested bylaw, which means we would have the 6-month freeze to October 1st of 2026. Then we would do a 50% of the rate increase for 6 months, and then the remaining increase beyond that. So the table at the top of the slide there shows what the rates would be before you index, because we index every January 1st based on our bylaw. So this is all in current dollars, but we would in a sense show 2-phased approach to the increase, and that would give developers 6 months at a rate freeze, and then 6 months with half of the increase before we get to the full increase. And again, the impact of the 50% increase for 6 months is shown on the chart at the bottom. So it's between $4,400 and $1,400 per unit for the impact of only doing 50% of the increase for 6 months rather than the full increase. So that is in the proposed bylaw right now. This is the alternative, which is doing the 6-month freeze and then going straight up to full rates, which has less of a shortfall, obviously, but more of an impact on developers. So that is for council's consideration. Right now, we've assumed that council wants to do the rate freeze, and they want to do the two-stage increase in rates. So that is what's currently written into the bylaw unless council approves otherwise. So we have the council resolution in front of you. So we're looking for approval of the DC background study as amended. You have to determine that no further public meetings are required. We did make changes to the DC background study through Addendum 1 and Addendum 2, but because it resulted in decreases in DCs, you typically do not have to do another public meeting because that's favorable to the developers. We want council to approve a 6-month DC freeze, approve the new bylaw, and take consideration for the partial DC exemption for medium high density intensification, as well as the phased increase in DCs. Also to approve the new DC deferral policy as an appendix to the bylaw, and to approve the new local service policy. Sorry for how long that presentation was, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Question, comments, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Dan, for the presentation. 9 o'clock this morning, I was all fired up about DCs, but anyway, regardless, the one thing I'm kind of waffling on right now, and I want a little bit of clarification, is the partial DC exemption for medium and high density intensification. Because it is kind of a temporary thing until a housing CIP is in place. I'm kind of curious, like, minimum 5 medium high density dwelling units is our cutoff. But in a lot of our established neighborhoods in both Fergus and Elora, like squeezing in a fourplex here and there is quite possible and feasible. And fourplexes are kind of a nice missing middle density. And I'm just curious if that's not included in this, would they be faced with the full DC charge for a fourplex, for example? Or does that fall under some other?
I could try to answer through your Mayor Waters. I think depending on the form it takes, a fourplex, municipalities that have decided to go with a fourplex have taken, I think, the idea that because of the current provision that 3 units are exempt, that it's only the 4th unit that would pay.
Oh, okay.
But otherwise, to answer your first question, under our official plan and zoning bylaw, definitely a fourplex would be medium density.
Okay. So then I'm just wondering if we're making a arbitrary cutoff, and there are some places where if you could fit in 2 houses or 4 houses, that's kind of a good thing. Like, it's still intensification, to, I guess, to our delegate's point earlier. So I'm just wondering, this isn't permanent. So this is only until our housing CIP is in place, as we do some work over the next year on the housing action plan and that kind of thing. I'm just wondering if we don't worry about doing this one, or we include all housing in the intensification. So instead of having this kind of arbitrary cutoff. I know it goes against what I normally talk about, so I am recognizing my own hypocrisy here. So, but I just maybe thinking we're making this a little more complicated than we need to at this point. But defer to my colleagues.
Through Mayor Waters, this is an exemption at the discretion of council. So if you want it to be relaxed somewhat, we can do that. We just have to agree to an amendment before we pass the bylaw tonight.
And I would say, like, in all our other work, we would always be encouraging developers to build more intensification and like build more medium and high density. But I think there's just some situations in our town, the way their streetscapes kind of work, that maybe fitting in another house here and there is a good thing, but where we wouldn't be able to fit in 5 or 6 or a complicated kind of high mid-rise. So that's all I'm thinking here. But please still encourage developers to fit in as many houses as possible.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. Thank you, Dan, to you and your team. This clearly took a lot of work. And for me, I really appreciated seeing the graphs, because listening to so many communications from our developers, there were sentences like, nobody's going to build here, nobody's going to buy here. And it was a little was a little concerning. So seeing the clarity of these graphs is really helpful to show that in most cases we are below middle or possibly middle. So I appreciate that clarity a lot. And I also wonder the shortfalls that we are agreeing to, and I want to encourage our developers to continue to move. So I do agree with them. I agree with the amendments that we're making. What will the shortfalls ultimately cost our township? Do you know where that, like, are you able to share where that might be coming from so we're aware what it's going to hit?
Through Mayor Waters, it honestly depends what is built. We know what an annual average is in our DC study calculations based on the growth projections, but we know that we're currently in a housing crisis and we're not hitting those targets. So the numbers I gave at the bottom of the slides is a per dwelling unit and a per square foot impact. And honestly, we won't know the true impact of these partial exemptions until we see what is built. And it's something we can track over time and report back to council.
Thank you. And for clarity, with the mayor's permission, that is what they pay, right? What we're short is what the developers pay for those units? Is that a straight number?
Through Mayor Waters, the numbers at the bottom of my slides were the reduction they get. So that's the piece they don't pay.
Thank
you. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, thank you for that long overview. It's great. I've heard from many builders associations, not just Grand Valley that came today, and thank you for coming, and different builders. I've heard from, you know, the market is quite soft right now, and I'm hearing it from real estate agents. I'm hearing like what's going to kick off the market. Eventually, you know, the DC increases will go to the home buyer. It gets sloughed to the home buyer. And so I do appreciate the 6 months, but just adding on what Councillor Wilton has said, you know, like I see some empty lots in around the corner from me where a builder's put up a sign to put up 2 single family homes. I would like to see those go ahead because it finishes not only the street, but they're already advertising for that. And I don't want them penalized because it's a single family home when we need an all range of housing, and we have approved a whole range of housing. So I'd be okay with doing an amendment going forward. I'm okay with the 6 months, maybe longer, but where the intensification is concerned. But I'd like your thoughts on the single family home piece on existing empty lots.
Thank you. And through Mayor Waters, just keep in mind that the DC study outlines the cost of growth. And if developers and new homeowners are not paying for it, then property taxpayers and water wastewater ratepayers are paying it. So the cost of growth has to be funded somewhere. So for every exemption you put in place, for every freeze you put in place, it's impacting the other side.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. I just want to note that I would also add support to the amendment to just kind of focus on intensification and just kind of cross out the mid and high at this time until we get the housing CIP.
Any further comments or questions? Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just for clarification on that from Councillor Adams and Councillor Wilton, would we be asking or requesting them to meet the intensification targets set out by the county if we're going to be doing that build on infill lots?
That target is just a straight 20% of all new housing, so it's not specific to an individual development.
Yes, Councillor Craddock.
That's my question. Thank you, through you. I think congrats on doing this, and it must be hard because I think the goal is to balance growth paying for growth, but also not putting a barrier in terms of housing supply. If that happens to be the case, if this is passed, that barrier has been set, what like metrics are in place to gauge that, to say, oh, we've actually slowed growth, and just how do you keep a watchful eye on that going forward? Thanks.
Yeah, great question. And through the mayor, we'll obviously track building permits and development applications as we proceed further forward. And it'll be interesting to see if the 6-month rate freeze causes any acceleration in development projects. And then even if we do a 2-stage DC rate increase, maybe it'll accelerate in the first phase before we get to full rates in the second phase. So we will closely monitor that. And if it ends up in further blockages of growth, then council at a later date can make a decision to either phase in further or freeze further. Like the further conversation can be made.
Any other comments, questions, council? I see the wheels are turning. Okay, so do we want to do something over here? Or do you think enough? CEO Wilson has said we've sort of got the 6 months, and then we've got we also have sort of that additional, if you vote for the amendment, additional 6 months. But I'm assuming there'll be continuation of dialogue. But I think the importance of tonight is to sort of just get something in place, and then obviously have the opportunity to continue that dialogue. Councillor McDonald.
I will make the friendly amendment to about the intensification on lots, how we want to word that. But I'm okay having no more public meetings.
Okay, so Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. I believe it's section 3.8M, CIO Wilson. Would what we're trying to achieve here and just kind of striking out the medium and high density, I would just think we would strike out that third bullet has at least 5 eligible housing units. Only medium and high density units are eligible. If that was just struck out, that would just include intensification for all levels, right? And then all of the other amendments as suggested in the report would apply. Just looking for confirmation. Yeah.
Through Mayor Waters, if the intent is to keep the 5 dwelling unit rule, but remove the medium and high density to all development, then what you would have to do is take 3.8 M part 3 and edit it to say the development must have a minimum of 5 dwelling units being constructed, period, and then take out the rest of part 3. And then part N3 would have to have the same edit.
Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I think that's where I'm still a little bit confused, because Brett said that a 4-plex would actually count as medium density. So are we striking out 5 dwelling units, or are we striking out medium? That's where I'm a little... I think we all want to see as much housing as possible, but we don't want to kind of limit it to something really big and complex.
My suggestion would be, if you're going down this path, that you just don't limit the 5 units like as the starting point. I think the proposal put forward by the CIO was the development had to have at least 5 units. And then they also be medium and high density, which would be townhouse. So if council wants to extend that to all intensification, then you would remove the reference to 5 and remove the reference to medium and high. Or if you want to allow triplex, then change 5 to 4. So it has to be at least 4 units. That's an alternative.
I would actually like that alternative. Has at least 4 eligible housing units. And then, yeah.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Dan.
Just to confirm, are we just changing the 5 to 4? Are we taking out the medium and high density and make it all units?
Clarification for Brett, if we had 4 and a builder could put in 2 semis, was that going to qualify, or is that too low? Because semis are a nice housing type.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the permutation because, like, technically you could create a semi, but each half of the semi could have 3 units in it already, and the second and the third would be exempt already from DCs altogether. So there's a whole, like, a number of permutations. I think the CAO's proposal was that it had to be a more significant development with at least 5 units and be townhouses or more. If council wants to provide a little more generous relief than that, like, you could define it by any type of unit. It could just be semis or or higher density and not singles. But if you wanted to encourage the simple infill that Councillor McDonald mentioned, then you could eliminate the reference to the number of units and just have it apply to all intensification. It's really council choice, as the CAO pointed out.
Well, let's just finish this conversation first, so we got some clarity. Councillor Evoy.
Thanks. With regard through you, sir, I'm comfortable with duplex and up because that speaks to more than one, and I would like to see an effort of more than one. I'm worried about the, we keep hearing the word of established neighborhoods and people not allowing people to build more than one house on there, and I struggle with that. So I would say duplexes and up would be the wording that I would like to see. That way we know anything with more than one unit. And then when you hit 6, then you get it anyway. So I don't know how to do that, but I would say anything that's more than one.
I'm going to ask this question. Obviously we have what's in front of us right now. Is there a way of coming back? I know there were going to be some more discussion maybe on the technical aspect. Is there a way that we could sort of move this and then deal with that? Because there's also, I can see your wheels working in terms of what the financial implications of some of these things are. And I don't want to personally, I don't want to make a decision based on sort of what our best guests are. It's better to have some more depth and discussion that way. So I'm looking for your suggestion here, Dan, in terms of how we move this forward tonight.
Through you, Mayor Waters. I'm not sure if Daryl's still on the call, but Daryl, if we pass the bylaw as is, and then council wants to provide a further exemption at a later meeting, is that an easy fix without a public meeting?
Yeah, so through the mayor, the Development Charges Act, Section 19, 1.1 allows for bylaw amendments to be undertaken for certain reasons, and you don't have to follow the public process, release a background study. And one of those reasons is if you're lowering the charge for one or more classes of development. And so in this context, if we take the exemption that's written into the bylaw now, and we want to basically extend that to more development, it would meet the criteria for that simple amendment. And all that would be required is an an amending bylaw be passed and notice be provided that the bylaw was passed.
So what I would suggest then is if council's still amenable to a 6-month rate freeze, that gives us 6 months to figure out what this amendment will look like before it gets implemented. And then, but I would prefer and suggest to council that we just pass the bylaw as is and then do an amendment later.
And Daryl, you're my hero. Okay. Any more further comments or questions? Okay. So we're all good. Okay. So I'm going to read the thanks by everyone presentation, everybody. Okay. So we're going to read the recommendation that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington approves the Township Development Charges Background Study dated December the 19th, 2025 as amended, and that the council determines that no further public meetings are required, and that council approves a 6-month extension to existing development charge bylaw as outlined in attachment D to report CAO 2026-06, providing a 6-month freeze on township development charges at current rates, and that the council approves development charges bylaw as set out in attachment E to report CAO 2026-06 to take effect on October 1st, 2026, and that council approves the development charges deferral policy as Appendix A to the development charges bylaw to take effect on October 1st, 2026, and that the council approves the local service policy as set out in Appendix E to the background study as amended to take effect immediately. Okay, do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Okay. So I got to read this because you love hearing this. That the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington, in accordance with Section 7.7A of the Procedure Bylaw 2024-65, having reached the hour maximum for a council meeting, hereby extend the meeting curfew by...
We can only do it by 1 hour increment.
Okay, 1 hour. So that would take us to 10:10. Yeah, okay. Do you have a mover for that? Yes, Councillor Wilton, seconder on that, Councillor. Yes, we can do that. All those in favor? So moved. Wash and break. Okay, welcome back. Now we'll move down to item 12.3, annual posted speed limit and traffic calming review. And who is going? Oh, hi. Welcome.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor Waters and members of council. I'm happy to be here this evening to present the results of the township's annual posted speed and traffic calming review, which outlines the 2026 assessment of speeding concerns received from residents and through council over the past year. 21 road segments were evaluated as part of this year's review, and the full analysis and resulting recommendations for speed limits and speed reduction measures are outlined as attachments to this report. Oh, sorry, thank you. As in previous years, the speed limit on each road was evaluated by considering a number of factors, including the Transportation Association of Canada's guidelines, neighboring land use, including the presence of schools, parks, or trails, any history of collisions on the road segment, as well as staff observations and field tests. Of the 21 road segments evaluated this year, staff are recommending the speed limit be reduced on 5 roads, including Middlebrook Road, Noah Road, Parkside Drive West, Woodside Street, and the section of St. Andrew Street East between St. David Street North and Gartshore Street. For each concern received, traffic data was collected and used to confirm if speeding is occurring on the road segment using the 85th percentile speed, which is the speed that 85% of drivers are traveling at or below. If this value is more than 10 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, in the urban area, speeding is concerned, and if this value is more than 15 kilometers an hour over the speed limit in the rural areas, speeding is confirmed. Speeding has been confirmed on 5 roads evaluated this year, and traffic calming measures specific to the roadway have been recommended. These roads include BD Line, the first line of West Garifraxa, Garifraxa Street West, Middlebrook Road, and St. Andrew Street East between Gartshore and Anderson Streets. Pending council approval, the traffic calming recommendations in this report will be implemented this spring. The recommended speed limit reductions will be included in an update to the township's consolidated speed bylaw this summer, with new signage being posted in the fall. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Comments, questions? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Emily, and thank you for hanging in there for this long meeting. I just had 2 roads I just wanted to flag. One was Gordon Street that was evaluated and no change was recommended there, which I can understand, but I did want to just flag it that with the new business park and with our own operations center, I am getting quite a few complaints from residents on that street that there's a real sense that it's a lot of speeding and a lot of truck traffic. And it's also one that's been impacted by the closure of St. David Street North. So I know I understand the decision this year, but maybe if it can kind of stay on the list somehow, because people are still calling in to myself. So that was one. And St. Andrew Street East from where did it start? I want to say Barker to Anderson, but I know it starts earlier. Gartshore to Anderson. Thank you for the traffic calming measures. There are still a number of concerns there with the kids trying to get to John Black, as you're familiar with, that there is no sidewalk. And I actually went out there this morning at school time because parents keep calling me. So I walked my dog down there, and there's ditches and colony. We've talked about this street before, and it is quite challenging there because people are trying to get around kids. So cars are kind of going around them. So I know it's challenging because both sides of it's an older road with ditches on both sides and not much room for a sidewalk. But if that one can still kind of stay flagged in some way to continue to look at some creative solutions along there for pedestrian safety. So thank you, Emily.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters, and thank you for staying late. I've noticed, okay, so where the TAC says to lower the speed, that's the recommendation, but we're not. Can you explain that?
Yes, thank you for the question.
Patrick Street, just as an example.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So yes, the TAC recommendation is kind of one of the factors that we use when determining the final speed limit. Patrick Street is an example that is similar to a number of roads assessed this year where the TAC says 40 kilometers an hour and the 85th percentile speed we're also seeing in a similar range. So it's below 50 kilometers an hour. And staff observations also find that it's hard to get up to 50 kilometers an hour. And so while we could post a 40 kilometer an hour sign, it's not necessarily going to impact how drivers are traveling. Okay. So we can like kind of avoid that sign clutter there.
Thank you.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. Through you, sir. Personally, I've just been saying it all along, I wish all the back roads were 40. I don't know why some are 50. When I look at Garifraxis Street West, directly across the St. David Street, which is 40 on Garifraxis Street East, I can't understand with all those side streets, and it clearly says there's lots of collisions there. Why would we go to 50 instead of 40? I don't understand. So I really don't have enough clarity on that. And also, the other street I was looking at was Gordon, and I'm wondering why Gordon is 50 and not 40. So those are the two that and I see Colin nodding because we know that there's been a lot of problem in those areas. So I'm not sure why we wouldn't just keep it at straight 40 in that whole area. I'd see 30 if it were up to me, but they would never let that.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor Waters. I believe last year we identified through this report that the township section of Garifraxis Street West, we would drop to 40 kilometers an hour. And I believe that the signs have been installed for that as of now. The TAC would recommend 50 kilometers an hour because it's a collector road. The TAC tool kind of automatically outputs a 50 kilometers an hour for collector roads. In that case, we know that there's a park there, there's like school travel along Garifraxa, which is why we, in our assessment, have dropped it to 40 and are not recommending further at this point, as we haven't started implementing 30 kilometer an hour zones. It's something that we can look at, but we know that like the traffic calming is more effective in reducing speeds. So we're going to add radar signs there, as well as continuing to implement flexible bollards as we have last year, because we know that the 85th is high on that location. Similarly with Gordon Street, in that case, we've recommended it stay at 50 because it is a collector road, and it is built more to be a collector road than, say, some of our narrower streets. On Gordon, the lanes are wider, it's separated lanes for a certain portion, the sidewalks are set back, so we want to encourage more traffic to be using roads that are built for it rather than on our local roads. But as Councillor Wilton mentioned, we're going to continue to monitor there as well because of changing traffic dynamics.
Great, and follow up through the mayor's permission. Thank you. Thank you, by the way. You really know your stuff. I appreciate any road we name, you know. I didn't see Garifraxis Street East on there, and that's been a real problem. And I wonder if I can even check in with you later to get some more information so I don't fill everybody's time. But I'd be curious to see what's happening there with regards to traffic calming measures.
Sorry, can I just clarify? On Garifraxis Street East, you're wondering about? Yeah. Yes, so that is a county road. Unfortunately, yeah, we don't. Thank you.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'm just curious, with the 40 coming down from the St. Andrews Street East at St. David Street North, is the main street of Fergus 50, or is it already dropped down to 40 from Tower to St. David Street North? And I didn't know, just because the justifications for reducing it to 40 for St. Andrews Street East would be applicable to St. Andrews Street West. And I just wasn't sure if it was 50 still, or if it already had been reduced to 40.
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor Waters. That section of St. Andrew Street East or St. Andrew Street West is a county road as well, so a similar situation. But we're suggesting that through our section of St. Andrew Street East, we'll kind of continue a 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. First of all, I do want to thank the department for putting up the signs during construction. They made a huge difference, and residents had positive feedback. So thank you. I do really like the lowering on Middlebrook Road. Thank you very much. I've had more concerns on 8th line, though, to up the limit, that it doesn't validate it being a lower limit. And so is that the same 8th line that I'm seeing in the chart, Pilkington? And we're going to lower? Is that the same one? Noah Road, Pilkington, 8th line to township boundary?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor Waters. Yeah, we'll be lowering the speed limit on Noah Road west of the 8th.
Oh, west. Okay.
But not 8th line itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then further to 8th line, are we looking at that still to evaluate? I mean, I've heard from the mayor in Mapleton too that residents on both ends would like to see it go back up to 80. It's a country road.
Yes. In that case, we will collect some additional data. We want to make sure we have a complete data set kind of on each section of that, since it is such a long road segment.
Thank you.
You can move it back.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Craddock.
Thank you, through you. Aramosa, Garifaxa town line, or Garifaxa Aramosa town line. There's a section of it between 29 and 2nd line, I believe. And it's an 80 currently. There's a dip there. And there are speeders. None observed, I think, in the study, but there are people that speed through there, and there's residents along that dip and in the valley and at the top of the hill that can't see that traffic coming. So anyone that is flying down there at relatively high speeds, it's very hard to gauge before they're right in front of you. So I have heard concerns from them. I don't know if it's possible, even just for that short section, the one concession, to do a reduction in the speed, not all the way to 26 or whatever, but potentially something to look at, please.
Thank you for the question, to you, Mayor Waters. Yes, we can kind of do a more in-depth look at specifically that section and see if it would, make sense to lower it there. And that would kind of encourage people to really slow down where they need to on that section.
Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. We keep talking about data, and I know we were told very early on in our term the importance of like the report it tool in terms of speeding, or we're kind of in the season of potholes. So I'm just wondering if you want to, we're very well aware, but take the opportunity to maybe let all of our listeners here at 9:30 p.m. know the importance of that tool and how we go about collecting data. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, so for anybody listening, the Report It tool can be found on the township's website. There's a section that you can click on to report a speeding concern and select your road segment there. That informs what goes into this report every year. We can identify speed limit reductions and traffic calming from there.
Okay, any comments, more comments or questions? Okay, thank you. I'm going to read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington endorses recommendation outlined in report number IS 2026-08 related to proposed speed limit reduction on the township roads to be implemented through upcoming amendment to the township speed limit bylaw, and that Council directs staff to proceed with implementing speed reduction measures as outlined in report number IS 2026-08. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock. Seconder on that, Councillor Wilton. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. And that is so moved. Item 12.4, update on proposed use of 965 Gart Shore Farmhouse. A report Hey, Adam.
Hi, Mayor Waters and Council. I'll keep it brief. I see some tired eyes out there. And I just want to get on the record first just how amazing Emily just did with her first council presentation. And yeah, I used to do a lot of work with Emily with that very report. And she was kind of one of the pioneers of that whole thing and was always kind of the mastermind behind the scenes doing it. So nice to see her up doing that presentation. But anyways, I said I'd keep it brief. So the farmhouse at 965 Guard Shore, so this is the operations center site. So we've reported to council in the past that we would be investigating potential community use of that farmhouse at that site. And recently we've been thinking about it a bit, pardon me, differently. And thinking there could also be some benefit to using that farmhouse as staff offices for community services. Some of the things we've been considering is in discussions with the building department. Often there are kind of higher levels of construction modifications needed to convert a house like that to a community use versus an office use. The other thing is it's kind of the right size to move some of our community services staff who'd be working more on the operations, like at the operations center and close to the greenhouses, which would be located directly next to the farmhouse. And then finally, with the council direction to construct a new multi-use recreation facility at the Sportsplex site, we're now looking at the Sportsplex as more of like a campus plan, recognizing there could be some opportunities at the Sportsplex to construct some type of community use up in that area that would be, perhaps more a conversion there, or more of a new build that might facilitate that community use a bit easier than what it would be at the 965 Guard Shore farmhouse. So we have to do some study. We have to do study either way, whether we're going to use that site for community use or for office space, just to look at what modifications would be needed to make the building accessible, safe from a fire perspective, safe from a structural perspective. Because it is an older building, we want to take a look at perhaps the foundation, the masonry with the brick, and then take a deep dive into structural and fire code and everything else. So we're asking council to approve or to authorize, an upset limit of $25,000 to do that investigation work, so that we can put together a business case and make a more firm recommendation on what we use that farmhouse for. So be reporting back to council after we complete those studies to provide a recommendation on what we use the site for. Thank you.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. Through you, sir. Is that a heritage house, heritage property?
Yeah, through the mayor. Thanks, Councillor Evoy, for the question. So we did some heritage work through the site development studies for the new operations center, and it does have heritage. It has heritage value, but I don't believe we've moved to designate it to have heritage designation under our heritage framework.
So thank you, through the mayor. So then we wouldn't be limited if we wanted to adjust to accommodate for offices, which, by the way, I love. It doesn't make a lot of sense for community use because it's too far. But I think it's a great idea for office use. And I love what you said about potential community space at the MRF. I think that's a great idea as well. So.
Yep, through the mayor. Thanks again. We've kind of made commitments through the development of the operations center site that we wouldn't be modifying really the exterior of that farmhouse building. We want to kind of preserve the way it looks from the outside. So I think, again, either way, whether we use it for community use or office space, we'd be committed to kind of preserving the way that building looks from the outside and kind of maintaining that that farmhouse look. It's more, we'd be looking more at modifications to the interior of the building, perhaps the entrances to the building, but not really changing the outside of it.
Any further? Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Adam. I'm just remembering back when we were talking about the Operations Center and what the whole site would look like, that there would be talk of the community gardens there. Is that still in the works? Okay, because I was just curious, with that, like there's all our grassroots organizations like the Food Forest groups and the Horticulture Society and some of those native plants. If there's some opportunity for them to have like storage there, or if there's community gardens, like if there's some opportunity to let them share the space or something, but anyway, just a thought at 9:30 at night. So thanks.
Do you want me to answer it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Through the mayor. Thanks, Councillor Wilton. Yeah. Great comment. I think, again, as we're doing these investigations, something we can keep in mind. And I think even if we were to use that farmhouse for office use, perhaps there's something else we can provide in the way of amenities for community gardens, like sheds, storage sheds or something like that. But I would have to talk to the managing director of infrastructure services about that.
Councillor McDonald.
To you, Mayor Waters. We approved this operations center and it was really supposed to have extra office space. And we've redone now office space in the sportsplex. So I'm just seeing now we could potentially need this too, where we used to house doctors. So that's a lot of office space that we've approved after budget. And so if you could speak to that, that'd be great.
Yep, through the mayor. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. So I think, we as far as our needs go, the Operations Center satisfies our needs for growth. In the Community Services Department, we have space in the Operations Center for those staff. I think we're kind of looking at, this would be, space that kind of could benefit the department kind of beyond those requirements that we've already identified. And we're more looking at, what's the optimal use of that building? And, just considering, again, we're getting to the bottom of this, but considering what could be needed if it were to be converted to community use versus office space, it might be more efficient to use it as office space, and that's the way we're thinking about it.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Adam. Recommendation that the Council of Township Centre Wellington receives report CS 2026-12 update on proposed use for a 965 Gart Shore farmhouse for information, and that the council authorize funding at an upset limit of $25,000 for works need to assess required upgrades associated with a change of use at the Gart Shore farmhouse to be funded from the General Capital Reserve. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Ivor, a seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Let's move down to my favorite part, bylaws. Oh, do you want me to start now? Okay. Bylaw 2025-19, a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an extension to the licensing agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Centre Wellington and the Corporation of the City of Owen Sound regarding the operation of the Guelph to Owen Sound transportation service. Next, 2025-20, a bylaw to amend bylaws 2348 with respect to the Fergus Business Improvement Area. Next, 2025-21, a bylaw for the adoption of asset and liability transfer policy to the Municipal Service Corporation. Next, 2025-22, a bylaw to amend bylaw 2021-11 respecting development charges. Next, 2025-23, a bylaw for imposition of development charges. Recommendation that bylaws 2026-19 through 2026-23 be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed, corporate sealed affix. Okay. Do we have a recommendation, a mover on that? Yes. Councillor Wilton, a second on that. Councillor Evoy, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. Notice of motions? Motions where notice have been given. Confirmatory bylaw. Bylaw to confirm the actions of council. Recommendation that bylaw 2026-24 to confirm the proceeding of the council at its meeting held March 23rd, 2026 be introduced a first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder, Councillor McDonald. Any further comments and questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Do I have a mover for adjournment? Councillor Craddock? Okay. Seconder on that, Councillor Adams. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none? Good night, everyone.
Go home and get chicken.
Thanks again.
Yeah.
Yes, I actually can do that right now.
On all our bylaws.
On the agenda?
Yeah.
Must be, I keep going back and forth between the 2 years. Because, oh, I can see, Aaron didn't even notice it on my.
Check on the minutes, so we get it on correct year.
Yes, well, thank you. I'm gonna change that right now, or I wouldn't have even known.